A single fired brick glows in the desert sun, a fragment of a lion stamped in deep blue. 2,500 years ago, a city rose that the world could only describe in the language of myth. Gardens that touched the clouds, a tower that split the tongues of humanity. But was any of it real? What actually stood there? A king carves a law code into black stone, uniting a fractured land. Foreign conquerors kneel before the city's gods, becoming its most devoted custodians. A later king commands the impossible, the movement of mountains to build a paradise of tiered gardens. Millions of hands shape mud and fire into a gate for the gods. A clay barrel spins, recording a conquest that feels like a liberation. Centuries later, a German archaeologist's spade finally strikes glazed blue brick. This is the paradox. The most famous city of the ancient world is buried beneath layers of legend. We know its bricks, its kings, its words, yet its greatest wonder has vanished without a trace. Did the gardens ever exist in Babylon? Or was the greatest wonder a story that wandered, lost, for centuries? The truth is, the real city is more astonishing than the myth. This is the story of the place that became a symbol, and the people who built the gate of the gods. The world's first metropolis is waiting to be seen again, not as a legend, but as a home. There is a city that has never entirely left us. It exists in fragments of blue glazed brick in museum cases, in the worn impressions of cuneiform on clay, in the resonant syllables of a name that has echoed for millennia. Babylon. To us, it is a symbol, a parable, a distant wonder shrouded in desert dust and biblical prophecy. But before it was a legend, it was a place. A city of sun-baked brick and bustling markets, of temple hymns and the slow, brown flow of a great river. This is the story of that city, not as it exists in our imagination, but as it was built, lived in, and ultimately transformed into the very idea of a metropolis. We begin at the very heart of the matter, at the geographical and spiritual center of the ancient world. The story of Babylon begins with a river and a name. The city was built on the eastern bank of the Euphrates, in what is now the dusty, sun-scorched landscape of central Iraq, roughly 85 kilometers south of modern Baghdad. Its lifeblood was that river, a capricious, muddy flow that brought both fertility and flood. But its identity was captured in a single, potent phrase. In the Akkadian language spoken by its people, the city was called Bab Ilim. This was not merely a poetic nickname, it was a theological and cosmological statement. To the Babylonians, their city was the literal threshold where the divine realm intersected with the human world. It was the axis mundi, the pivot of the universe. Every temple, every ritual, every brick stamped with a king's name was an affirmation of this profound belief. They were not living in just any city, they were dwelling at the doorway to heaven, the chosen place where the gods descended to walk among mortals. This self-conception would shape everything that followed, from the ambition of its kings to the scale of its monuments. The ground beneath that grand idea, however, held much older secrets. The earliest evidence of settlement at the site of Babylon dates back to the 3rd millennium before Christ. For centuries, it was a modest town, one among many dotting the Euphrates floodplain, overshadowed by the glittering ancient city-states of Sumer to the south like Ur and Uruk. Its rise from obscurity was slow, then suddenly decisive. The turning point came during what scholars call the Old Babylonian period, and it is inextricably linked to one man, Hammurabi. Around 1792 BCE, Hammurabi ascended the throne of what was still a relatively minor kingdom. Over the next 4 decades, through a masterful blend of military strategy, political alliance, and administrative reform, he conquered his rivals. He absorbed the venerable Sumerian cities, unifying the fractured lands of Mesopotamia under a single rule for the first time. And he made Babylon his capital. With Hammurabi, Babylon ceased to be a provincial town. It became the beating heart of an empire, the seat of a king who would inscribe his laws on stone for eternity. This was the moment the gate of the gods swung wide open, announcing Babylon's arrival as a power that would shape history. Geography granted Babylon its destiny as much as any king's ambition. Look at a map of the ancient Near East, and you will see the city sitting precisely at a miraculous crossroads. To the south lay the warm waters of the Persian Gulf, the gateway to the riches of Dilmun and the Indus Valley. To the west stretched the caravan routes to the Mediterranean coast, to the cedar forests of Lebanon and the ports of the Phoenicians. To the north and east ran roads into the Anatolian highlands and the Iranian plateau. Babylon was the central node in this vast network. It was never just a political capital, it was a colossal, perpetual marketplace. Through its gates flowed a river of commodities that fueled the ancient economy. Silver from Anatolia and tin from far to the east, essential for making bronze. Timber from the mountains for construction. Luxurious textiles dyed with precious purple and blue. And the constant, vital flow of grain from the irrigated fields of Mesopotamia itself. The city thrived on this exchange. The docks along the Euphrates would have been a cacophony of languages, Akkadian, Aramaic, Persian, Phoenician, a cosmopolitan bustle that made Babylon the world's first truly international city. This reputation for sheer, staggering scale burned itself into the memory of the ancient world. Centuries after its peak, Greek travelers and historians would visit the still impressive ruins or listen to tales passed down. Their descriptions are a mixture of genuine awe and the inevitable embellishment that occurs when confronting something beyond one's own experience. The historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, described Babylon's fabled walls. He claimed they were so immensely thick that a 4-horse chariot could turn around on top of them. He wrote of a city so vast it took days to cross, of a complex inner layout designed to confuse invaders. While archaeologists have found his precise measurements to be exaggerated, the essence of his account rings true. To a Greek from a city of stone and modest proportion, Babylon's sheer horizontal sprawl, its monumental mud brick architecture, its organized grandeur must have seemed almost inconceivable. The Greeks were not lying, they were testifying. They were trying to articulate the shock of encountering an urban civilization of a different, older order of magnitude. The Babylon that confronts us today is therefore a palimpsest. It is layers of reality, legend, and scholarly reconstruction. In this film, we will follow 3 distinct threads through this complex history, weaving them together to find the true city behind the myths. First, we will examine the real, physical Babylon uncovered by archaeologists, the plans of its streets, the fragments of its glazed bricks, the thousands of clay tablets that record its daily life, its laws, and its debts. Second, we will pursue one of antiquity's greatest mysteries, the Hanging Gardens. Celebrated as one of the 7 wonders of the world, no definitive trace of them has ever been found in Babylon. Were they a poetic fiction, a misattributed marvel, or a lost masterpiece of engineering waiting to be discovered? Third, we will trace the origins of the most famous Babylon story of all, the Tower of Babel. This biblical tale of linguistic confusion and human hubris is rooted in the very real site of the city's gigantic ziggurat, a stairway to heaven that left an indelible mark on the exiled poets of Judah. Each of these threads, the archaeological, the mysterious, the mythological, offers a different window into what Babylon meant. By the end of our journey, these perspectives will converge. They will show us not a simple city of either glorious wonder or sinful excess, but a profound human achievement. They will reveal how a place of brick and bitumen, of merchants and mathematicians, could so captivate the ancient imagination that its name became synonymous with the urban experience itself. The process of how a real city becomes a universal myth is perhaps Babylon's most enduring legacy. To understand it, we must first understand the world that made Babylon possible. We must travel back beyond Hammurabi, beyond the first brick, to the very foundation of civilization in the land between two rivers. The story of Babylon is, in many ways, the culmination of a much older story. For over 2,000 years before Hammurabi, the peoples of Mesopotamia had been mastering their environment, inventing the tools of complex society. They tamed the unpredictable waters of the Tigris and Euphrates with canals and irrigation ditches, turning a flood-prone plain into the breadbasket of the Near East. They invented writing, not for poetry initially, but for accountancy, to track the bushels of barley and the heads of sheep that fueled their temple economies. They developed mathematics based on the number 60, a system that gives us our 60-minute hour and 360-degree circle. They built the first true cities, with specialized labor, social hierarchies, and monumental architecture in the form of the ziggurat. All of these innovations, the hydraulic engineering, the cuneiform script, the urban template, were the inherited toolkit of the Babylonians. When Babylon rose, it did not create a civilization from nothing. It inherited, adapted, and magnified a Sumerian legacy. The Babylonians adopted the cuneiform script but used it to write their own Akkadian language. They worshipped a pantheon whose roots were deeply Sumerian, though they elevated their own patron god Marduk to the head of that pantheon. They built ziggurats, but aimed to build the tallest and most magnificent. Babylon was thus a brilliant synthesis, a second-generation civilization that took the foundational ideas of its predecessors and scaled them up to an imperial level. This context is crucial. The awe that Babylon inspired in later ages was not just for its own achievements, but for the weight of millennia of cultural development that it represented and embodied. It was the mature, powerful expression of the world's oldest urban tradition. Consider the sheer logistical feat of building Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon, the city that the Greeks would later marvel at. The scale of the enterprise is almost military in its coordination. It required the production of hundreds of millions of mud bricks, each one formed from the river's silt mixed with straw and baked in the sun. For the grand monuments like the Ishtar Gate, millions more were fired in kilns and glazed in vibrant blues and yellows. Quarries hundreds of kilometers away provided the rare stone for foundation deposits and royal inscriptions. The workforce, drawn from across the empire and from deportee populations, would have numbered in the tens of thousands: brickmakers, bricklayers, architects, artists, and laborers. This was not haphazard construction. It was a state-directed project of breathtaking ambition, a conscious effort to physically manifest the idea of Babylon as the center of the world. Every stamped brick was a tiny, repeated proclamation of royal power and divine favor. The city that emerged from this effort was a carefully planned cosmos in miniature. At its physical and spiritual heart was the sacred precinct, a walled enclosure containing the great temple of Marduk, called the Asagila, and the towering ziggurat Etemenanki. Radiating out from this center were the palaces of the king, the grand processional way lined with glazed lions, the residential districts for priests, merchants, and craftsmen, and the bustling ports on the river. The city was protected by not one, but multiple rings of formidable walls, a testament to both its wealth and the ever-present threat of invasion. Within these walls, life was regulated, documented, and vibrant. A vast bureaucracy of scribes recorded everything from royal decrees to private loans on clay tablets that hardened into permanent records. The city's laws, descended from the principles of Hammurabi's code, governed transactions and disputes. Its astronomers tracked the movements of planets from temple rooftops, believing the gods communicated through the stars. This daily reality of Babylon, the smell of baking bread and sesame oil, the sound of haggling in the market, the sight of a priest leading a lamb to sacrifice, is the bedrock upon which the legends grew. The Jewish exiles who were brought to Babylon after the destruction of Jerusalem in 586 BCE did not see an abstract symbol of evil. They saw a functioning, awe-inspiring, and profoundly alien metropolis. They walked its processional ways. They saw the statue of Marduk carried in festival. They likely labored on its endless construction projects. Their experience was deeply ambivalent. They were prisoners in a city of dazzling power. This direct, visceral encounter is the seed from which the biblical imagery of Babylon would sprout. The Tower of Babel story is not a vague myth. It is a very specific reaction to the sight of Etemenanki, a monument that seemed to scrape the sky in defiance of heaven. Similarly, the mystery of the Hanging Gardens is rooted in this reputation for achieving the impossible. If any city could engineer a lush, elevated paradise in the middle of a desert, it would be Babylon. The Greeks, coming from a rocky, mountainous landscape, found the idea of a garden built in the air to be the ultimate expression of luxury and technical prowess. Whether such a garden actually existed in Babylon, or was a tale transferred from another city, is a question we will pursue in depth. But the very fact that the story attached itself so stubbornly to Babylon is revealing. It tells us that the ancient world believed Babylon was capable of such a wonder. The legend is a mirror reflecting the city's perceived mastery over nature, its boundless resources, and its king's power to command geography itself for the sake of love or display. As the centuries passed and Babylon's political power waned under Persian, Greek, and Parthian rule, the legends began to eclipse the reality. The city slowly emptied, its bricks quarried for new buildings, its great mounds subsiding back into the plain. But its name lost none of its power. For the Hebrew prophets, Babylon became the archetype of imperial arrogance and moral corruption, a warning against placing too much faith in worldly splendor. In the Book of Revelation, written centuries after Babylon's decline, the name is revived as a coded symbol for Rome, the new empire of oppression. The whore of Babylon is not a historical portrait. She is the culmination of centuries of symbolic baggage, a floating signifier for everything that spiritual tradition fears and condemns in secular power and luxury. This symbolic afterlife is a history in itself. Through the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, European artists, who had no direct knowledge of Mesopotamian archaeology, depicted the Tower of Babel as a structure that looked like the great cathedrals or Roman ruins of their own world. Pieter Bruegel the Elder's famous painting shows a colossal, half-built rotunda rising from a Flemish-looking landscape, teeming with tiny workers. The story had been completely assimilated into the Western imagination, divorced from its original context but retaining its core theme, the peril of human ambition. This process of myth-making is not a distortion to be corrected and dismissed. It is a vital part of Babylon's impact on human history. The city shaped not only the ancient Near East, but also the foundational narratives of Judeo-Christian culture, and through them, the modern world. Our task now is to untangle these threads. To sift the archaeological fact from the legendary accretion, not to diminish the myth, but to understand its source. The journey will take us from the earliest settlements on the Euphrates mudflats to the grand vision of Nebuchadnezzar II. We will walk the reconstructed processional way in Berlin's Pergamon Museum and stand in the dusty, water-filled foundation pit of the Great Ziggurat in Iraq. We will examine cuneiform receipts for barley loans and the grandiose inscriptions of kings. We will follow the controversial theory that the Hanging Gardens were built not in Babylon, but in the Assyrian capital of Nineveh. And we will trace how a single, potent story from Genesis became a universal parable. By the end, we will see Babylon whole. We will see it as a real city of extraordinary human achievement, built by ordinary people across centuries. A place where law, literature, astronomy, and urban planning reached a sophistication that would not be surpassed for 1,000 years. Its monuments were genuine wonders that inspired awe in their own time. The fact that they also inspired towering legends is not a mark of falsehood, but a testament to their profound impact. The mystery of the Hanging Gardens remains, and we will sit with that uncertainty, for it reminds us that history is always a reconstruction, a conversation between what we find and what we have always believed. To begin this conversation, we must first understand the stage upon which Babylon's drama was set. We must travel to the land that gave birth to cities, writing, and civilization itself, the fertile, fraught, and foundational world of Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. Imagine a land defined not by mountains or forests, but by absence. A flat, shimmering expanse of silt and sky, where the horizon is a line drawn by water. This is the alluvial plain, the gift and the challenge of two great rivers. The Greeks would later name it Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. But long before that name was spoken, this was the crucible. A place where humanity would undertake its first great experiment, to build a world from mud and will. It was a landscape that offered nothing for free. Unlike the narrow, predictable fertility of the Nile Valley, this was a land of brutal potential. The soil itself was rich beyond measure, a fine silt deposited over millennia by the twin rivers. But water did not come to the crops had to be brought to the water. The rivers flooded, but their timing was a capricious god. A late flood could mean starvation. A violent one could wipe a village from the earth. To survive here, to thrive, required a collective act of defiance against the very nature of the place. And so, as early as the 6th millennium before our era, the first farmers began to dig. They cut channels into the hard-baked earth, diverting the lifeblood of the Euphrates into their fields of barley and emmer wheat. This was not agriculture as passive harvest. This was irrigation as a declaration. Humanity would impose order on the chaos of water. That fundamental relationship with an unpredictable environment shaped everything that followed, especially how these people understood the cosmos. In Egypt, the Nile's reliable inundation fostered a belief in benevolent, orderly gods. Here, the gods mirrored the rivers. They were not guardians of stability, but volatile, terrifying powers. The sun was not just a life-giver, but a scorching tyrant. The flood was not a blessing, but a potential weapon of divine wrath. Religion became a continuous act of negotiation, of desperate appeasement. Temples were not just houses of worship, they were control centers for managing divine caprice. Every ritual, every offering, every prayer was an attempt to plead for a favorable season, to avert the sudden storm or the withheld rain. The Mesopotamian mind lived in a state of sacred anxiety, a worldview forged in the glaring sun of an unstable plain. From this anxious, ambitious soil, the first true cities rose. By the 4th millennium BCE, places like Uruk, Ur, Eridu, and Nippur were not just large villages. They were revolutionary experiments in human coexistence. At Uruk, the world's first known city, perhaps 50,000 people lived within massive mud brick walls. This unprecedented density demanded new systems. The temple, home of the city's patron god, evolved into the central economic engine, storing and redistributing grain, wool, and oil. To manage this complex economy, they invented a system of marks on clay. Simple pictographs of sheep and grain sacks, pressed with a reed stylus, evolved into a flexible script of wedge-shaped impressions, cuneiform. With it, they could record debts, inventories, and laws. They devised a number system based on 60, which gives us our 60-minute hour and 360-degree circle. They laid out streets and canals with geometric precision. These Sumerian city-states were the prototypes, establishing every foundational institution that Babylon would later inherit, refine, and project across an empire. The story of these early city-states is one of both dazzling innovation and relentless conflict. They competed for water, for prestige, for the favor of the gods. For centuries, power oscillated between them. Then, around 2334 BCE, a figure emerged who changed the paradigm entirely. Sargon of Akkad was a Semitic-speaking ruler who conquered the Sumerian city-states, not to destroy them, but to unite them. He created history's first multi-ethnic empire, stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. His genius was fusion. He maintained the sophisticated Sumerian administrative and literary traditions, but made Akkadian, his own Semitic language, the language of state. Sargon's clerks wrote Akkadian using the adapted cuneiform script invented by the Sumerians. This fusion was permanent. Akkadian became the lingua franca of diplomacy and literature across the Near East for 2,000 years. The scribes of Hammurabi's Babylon, over a millennium later, would still be writing in this same language, the direct legacy of Sargon's revolutionary vision. The material reality of building this civilization cannot be overstated. Southern Mesopotamia was a land of profound scarcity. There was virtually no stone for building, no substantial timber for beams, no local metal ores. Everything of value, cedar wood from Lebanon, copper from Oman, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, had to be imported over vast distances. So they built their world from the one thing they had in infinite supply, mud. They mixed the alluvial silt with water and straw, packed it into wooden molds, and dried it in the sun. Every temple, every palace, every city wall was made of these mud bricks. It was a humble, impermanent material. A mud brick wall, exposed to rain and wind, slowly melts. It slumps back into the earth from which it came. This is why the landscape of Iraq is dotted with tells, those artificial hills that are not natural features, but the compressed layers of vanished cities. Each layer represents a city that lived, thrived, and literally dissolved, one generation's grandeur becoming the foundation for the next. Babylonian civilization was an ephemeral architecture, constantly being rebuilt atop its own dust. Yet, within this cycle of creation and dissolution, the people saw not just mud, but sacred substance. The Euphrates was far more than a source of irrigation and clay. In Babylonian cosmology, the entire world floated upon a vast subterranean ocean of fresh water called the Apsu. This was the primordial sweet water that existed before creation, the domain of the god of wisdom, Enki. The rivers, especially the Euphrates, were understood as the visible, breaking surface of this divine underground sea. Every well that tapped the water table, every canal that carried river water, was quite literally a connection to the foundational waters of existence. The river was a sacred artery, a liquid route connecting the human realm to the divine source of all life and order. This was not mere poetry, it was geography made theology. The city built beside the river was not just conveniently placed, it was anchored to the very heart of the cosmos. This deep spiritual connection to the landscape defined their identity. The great ziggurats they built, those massive stepped pyramids, were attempts to create artificial mountains in a land without high places, platforms to reach toward the heavens. Their meticulous astronomical observations, which gave us our first star catalogues, were driven by the need to discern the gods' intentions in the predictable movements of the planets against the chaotic backdrop of earthly life. Even their literature, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, grapples with themes of mortality and the search for legacy in a world built from dissolving brick. The Sumerian city-states bequeathed to Babylon not just administrative tools but an entire worldview, one shaped by scarcity, sustained by collective effort, and haunted by the knowledge that even the greatest human works are temporary. They passed on a language of power in Akkadian, a script of memory in cuneiform, and a theology that saw the divine in the very water that both sustained them and could, without warning, sweep it all away. The stage was now set. The land between the rivers had been tamed, organized, and sanctified. The tools of civilization, writing, law, mathematics, urban planning had been invented and refined through centuries of Sumerian and Akkadian experiment. A template for empire had been demonstrated. All that was needed was a city with the ambition to synthesize it all, to take these disparate legacies and forge them into a single, dominant culture. That city awaited its moment. It sat on the eastern bank of the Euphrates, a place of growing power and profound destiny. Its Akkadian name meant Gate of the Gods. And soon, a king would arise who would not only walk through that gate, but would hold it open, proclaiming a new order for all Mesopotamia. The land between the rivers had created the tools. Now, Babylon would learn how to wield them. The story of Babylon begins not with a legend, but with a man, a king whose name would become synonymous with law itself. For centuries, the land between the rivers had been a patchwork of rival city-states, each with its own god, its own ruler, its own ancient claim to supremacy. With its moon god Nana, Nippur, the holy city of Enlil, Larsa, Isin, Eshnunna. Their histories were measured in millennia. And then, in 1792 BCE, a new king ascended the throne in one of the younger cities on that crowded stage. His name was Hammurabi. And the city was Babylon. It was not yet a capital of empires. It was a modest power on the middle Euphrates, watching the older giants from the sidelines. What happened over the next 4 decades would change everything. One man's ambition would forge a unified kingdom from the fractured plains of Sumer and Akkad. He would give that kingdom a code, and he would give its capital a destiny. Hammurabi's reign was a masterclass in statecraft. He did not begin with a blitz of conquest. The first decades were a patient exercise in consolidation and alliance. He strengthened Babylon's walls, secured its water, and nurtured its trade. He was a diplomat, playing the powerful kingdoms of Elam to the east and Larsa to the south against one another. He bided his time. He turned on former allies, exploited rivalries, and absorbed ancient cities one by one. The great Sumerian center of Larsa fell. The religious heart of Nippur submitted. The venerable birthplace of kings, was brought into his orbit. This was not mere plunder, it was systematic unification. Hammurabi installed his own governors, standardized administrations, and redirected the wealth of the south to his growing capital on the Euphrates. Within 4 decades, the map of Mesopotamia had been redrawn. The patchwork was now a kingdom. And at its center, for the first time in history, stood the city of Babylon. A kingdom, however, needs more than soldiers and governors. It needs order. It needs predictable rules. And so, toward the end of his reign, Hammurabi commissioned a work of stone that would outlast his conquests. A black diorite pillar, over 2 meters tall. At its summit, a carved scene, the king stands before the enthroned sun god Shamash, the deity of justice. The god extends the rod and ring, symbols of divine authority. Below this image, column after column of precise, wedge-shaped script, 282 laws. This was the code of Hammurabi. It was not the first law code. Older Sumerian examples exist on clay tablets, but it was the most complete, the most sophisticated, and the most publicly proclaimed. The stele was erected in Babylon's temple precinct, a copy likely placed in every major city. The message was clear: here is the law of the land, given by the gods to the king for all to see. The laws covered every aspect of Babylonian life: the price of hiring a boat, the wages of a field laborer, the liability of a builder whose poorly constructed house collapses and kills the owner, marriage contracts, divorce settlements, inheritance disputes. It is a window into a complex, commercial, and highly stratified society. A surgeon's fee for a successful operation, and the penalty for a failure that led to a nobleman's death, the loss of the surgeon's hand. The code is famous for the principle of lex talionis, retaliation in kind. If a man destroys the eye of another man, they shall destroy his eye. An eye for an eye. But this brutal simplicity is misleading. The code is nuanced, often preferring financial compensation over physical mutilation. If a man knocks out the tooth of a social equal, his tooth shall be knocked out. But if he knocks out the tooth of a commoner, he pays a fine of 1/3 of a mina of silver. Justice was not blind. It peered closely at social rank. The law distinguished sharply between the free citizen, the dependent commoner, and the slave. The penalties were a sliding scale, protecting the established order as much as the individual. This codification was revolutionary. It sought to replace arbitrary power with published principle. It gave the powerful a check. A nobleman could not simply seize a commoner's property without cause. And it gave the vulnerable a reference. A widow could know her rights to her husband's estate. Of course, the reality on the ground may have differed, but the ambition itself was transformative. Law was no longer just the whispered wisdom of elders or the whim of a local official. It was inscribed in stone, emanating from the king and the sun god. It created the idea of a state justice system that transcended individual cities. It bound Hammurabi's diverse new kingdom together with a common framework. The code was as much a tool of political unity as it was of social control. As Babylon rose politically, its god rose theologically. Every Mesopotamian city had its patron deity. For it was Nana the moon god. For Nippur, Enlil the king of the gods. Babylon's patron was Marduk. Before Hammurabi, Marduk was a relatively minor figure, possibly associated with the spring sun or the planet Jupiter. He was a local god for a local city, but as Babylon swallowed the ancient centers of Sumer, a theological problem arose. How could a new city's minor god claim authority over the venerable deities of Nippur, and Larsa? The solution was a masterpiece of religious diplomacy. Babylonian scribes did not dismiss the old gods, they absorbed them. They composed a new creation epic, the Enuma Elish. In this poem, the younger, dynamic Marduk battles the primordial chaos monster, Tiamat. He defeats her, splits her body to create heaven and earth, and forms humanity from the blood of her rebel lieutenant. For this cosmic service, the assembled older gods proclaim Marduk, the supreme king of the gods. His city, Babylon, is declared the center of the universe. His temple, the Esagila, becomes the pivot of the world. This was myth-making in the service of empire. Marduk's promotion was inseparable from Hammurabi's conquests. The divine order now mirrored the political order. This period of political and theological confidence unleashed a cultural flourishing. The Old Babylonian period was a golden age of literature and scholarship. Scribes in temple schools copied and refined ancient texts. And it was now that the greatest epic of Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh, found its most developed and complete form. The story of the arrogant king of Uruk, his wild friend Enkidu, their doomed quest for fame, and Gilgamesh's desperate search for immortality after Enkidu's death was set down in the Akkadian language. Within its 12 tablets lies a sequence of profound resonance. The gods, angered by the noise of humanity, decide to send a great flood to wipe them out. The god Ea warns the virtuous man Utnapishtim, instructing him to build a great boat, to take aboard his family and the seed of all living things. The flood comes, destroys the world, and after it recedes, Utnapishtim's boat grounds on a mountain. He sends out birds to find land. This narrative, recorded in Babylon centuries before the Book of Genesis was composed, would echo down the millennia, raising enduring questions about the shared stories of ancient Near Eastern cultures. Hammurabi's achievement was monumental, but its foundation was personal. His empire was an edifice built on the pillar of his own administrative genius and relentless energy. And like many such edifices, it did not long survive its architect. Hammurabi died around 1750 BCE. His son, Samsu-iluna, inherited the kingdom and immediately faced widespread rebellions. The southern Sumerian cities, chafing under Babylonian rule, broke away. A people called the Kassites began pressing in from the eastern mountains. The empire contracted, slowly at first, then rapidly. Babylon remained a major power, but the unified kingdom of Mesopotamia was fragmenting. Then, around 1595 BCE, came a shock that would scar the Babylonian psyche for centuries. A Hittite army from distant Anatolia under King Mursili I swept down the Euphrates. They raided Babylon itself. They did not stay to rule. The Hittites retreated to their homeland, but they struck a symbolic blow of unimaginable profanity. They looted the Esagila temple, and they carried off the statue of Marduk. The abduction of a god's statue was, in Mesopotamian thought, not merely theft. It was the capture of the god itself. Marduk was gone. His divine protection had been ripped from the city. For Babylon, this was a theological and political catastrophe of the highest order. The trauma echoed in later texts, which spoke of the empty years when Marduk was absent. The raid marked the definitive end of the old Babylonian dynasty. A period of weakness and foreign rule followed. The brilliant empire forged by Hammurabi was gone, yet something crucial remained. The city of Babylon, though humbled, was not abandoned. The idea of Babylon as a capital, as a center of law, as the home of a supreme god, had been planted. Hammurabi's code continued to be copied and studied by scribes for over 1,000 years. Marduk's supremacy, once established, was never fully undone. The Hittites took the statue, but they could not take the story. Babylon had been launched onto the stage of history. Its first golden age had ended in fire and theft. But the city itself, the gate of the gods, would wait. It would endure centuries of domination, of revival, of sacking and rebuilding. The long road to its legendary empire was just beginning. The next chapter would be one of resilience, as foreign kings sat on its throne and strange languages echoed in its streets, yet the essence of Babylon patiently persisted, waiting for its next builder king. The city of Babylon has fallen. The year is 1595 before the Common Era. The Hittite raid was swift, a strike from the north that shattered the dynasty of Hammurabi's descendants. The conquerors did not stay. They took the statues of the gods, the ultimate symbol of a city's divine protection, and vanished back into the highlands. Babylon was left broken, its royal line extinguished, its gates unguarded. In the power vacuum that followed, a new people moved into the heart of Mesopotamia. They were the Kassites, and their origins remain one of the enduring puzzles of ancient history. They likely came from the Zagros Mountains to the east, a region of rugged passes and distinct cultures. They spoke a language unrelated to any other known tongue. To the sophisticated urban Babylonians, they must have seemed like outsiders, perhaps even barbarians. Yet these outsiders would become the city's most enduring rulers, holding the throne for nearly 400 years. Their story is one of profound cultural absorption. The Kassites did not erase Babylonian civilization, they embraced it, protected it, and in doing so, they preserved the flame of Hammurabi's legacy through centuries of twilight. The Kassite kings did not merely occupy the palace, they became Babylonian. They learned the Akkadian language, the language of administration and high culture. They worshipped the Babylonian gods, and most significantly, they adopted Marduk as their own patron deity, integrating him into their royal ideology. They embarked on ambitious programs of temple restoration, rebuilding the sacred structures that gave the city its cosmic identity. They commissioned copies of ancient literary works, ensuring the survival of Sumerian and Akkadian epics, law codes, and hymns. In a very real sense, the Kassites became the devoted custodians of a culture they had inherited. Their long rule provided a rare period of stability. While empires rose and fell to the north and west, Babylon under the Kassites enjoyed a continuity that allowed its traditions to deepen and its institutions to solidify. This was not a period of dramatic imperial expansion, but of consolidation. The Kassites maintained a kingdom that stretched across southern Mesopotamia, a realm they called Karduniash. Their governance was practical, their rule characterized by a careful balance between their own warrior aristocracy and the entrenched power of the Babylonian temple priests and scribal families. The most distinctive physical legacy of the Kassite period is not a grand palace or a towering ziggurat, but a stone document. It is called the Kuduru. These were not mere boundary stones, they were works of art, theology, and law fused into polished black limestone. A Kuduru recorded a royal land grant, often from the king to a loyal official. The text, inscribed in elegant cuneiform, detailed the borders of the property and the privileges attached to it. But the true power of the Kuduru lay in its imagery. The stone was carved with a precise array of divine symbols, the crescent moon of the god Sin, the eight-pointed star of Ishtar, the winged disk of the sun god Shamash. These were not decorations. They were the gods themselves, invoked as witnesses to the grant. To violate the boundaries marked by the stone was to violate a divine covenant. For archaeologists, these stones are priceless. They provide a snapshot of the Babylonian pantheon, a map of how the gods were visually represented. They tell us about land ownership, social hierarchy, and the intimate connection between royal authority, property, and the celestial order. In these carved stones, the Kassite dynasty finally crumbled under pressure from a resurgent power to the east, Elam. But the pattern of foreign domination was set. As the first millennium BCE dawned, a new and terrifying force emerged from the north, the Assyrian Empire. For the next 4 centuries, from roughly 1000 to 626 BCE, Babylon's history became a painful oscillation between fragile independence and brutal subjugation. The relationship between Assyria and Babylon was one of profound cultural ambivalence, a familial drama played out on an imperial scale. The Assyrians, with their capital at Nineveh, admired Babylonian culture to the point of reverence. They saw themselves as the heirs to Mesopotamian tradition. Assyrian kings collected Babylonian literary and scientific texts. They employed Babylonian scribes and scholars. They worshipped Babylonian gods, especially Marduk, though they often subordinated him to their own national god, Ashur. Yet this admiration existed alongside a ruthless imperial logic. When Babylon rebelled, as it frequently did, Assyrian punishment was swift and catastrophic. The Assyrian war machine was the most efficient the world had yet seen, and its fury was directed with full force at the mother of cities itself. The climax of this destructive passion came in 689 BCE. The Assyrian king Sennacherib, enraged by yet another Babylonian rebellion, decided on a final solution. His armies sacked Babylon with a thoroughness that shocked the ancient world. Contemporary accounts, including Sennacherib's own inscriptions, boast of the devastation. The city was systematically looted. Temples were razed to their foundations. The royal palace was destroyed. And then, in an act intended to be not just punitive but eradicating, Sennacherib's engineers reportedly diverted the canals of the Euphrates River to flow over the ruins. The idea was to wash Babylon from the face of the earth, to turn the gate of the gods into a swamp, a forgotten backwater. For the Mesopotamian mind, this was more than a military action. It was a cosmological crime. A city was not just bricks and mortar. It was a living entity, a divine estate on earth. To destroy a city, especially one as central as Babylon, was to attack the very order of the universe. The shockwaves of this event reverberated across the region. How could the gods, particularly Marduk, have allowed his own city to be annihilated? The destruction required an explanation, and it was the Babylonian priesthood who, in the aftermath, crafted a profound theological narrative. They concluded that Marduk himself had permitted the disaster. The city and its people had sinned. They had neglected the rituals, shown arrogance, broken divine laws. The Assyrian king, however brutal, was merely the instrument of Marduk's righteous anger. This framework, that a city's suffering was divine punishment for its moral failings, was a pivotal development in religious thought. It transformed random historical catastrophe into a meaningful, if painful, moral lesson. This Babylonian theology of justified punishment would echo down the centuries. It would profoundly influence the Hebrew prophets who witnessed later Babylonian power. When Jeremiah and Isaiah later spoke of Yahweh using Babylon as a cup of wrath against Judah, they were employing a theological template the Babylonians had first forged to explain their own suffering at Assyrian hands. The victim had internalized the logic of punishment, a logic they would later apply to others. But Babylon was not so easily erased. Its resilience was woven into the fabric of Mesopotamian identity. Within a generation, the theological narrative of punishment also contained the seed of restoration. Sennacherib was assassinated, reportedly by his own sons, and ancient sources subtly link his violent end to his sacrilege against Babylon. His successor, his son Esarhaddon, took a completely different path. He initiated the rebuilding of Babylon. This was not merely a political project to pacify a rebellious region, it was a cosmic necessity. Esarhaddon's inscriptions present the reconstruction as an act of atonement, a desperate attempt to appease the anger of Marduk and the other great gods. His son, Ashurbanipal, the last great Assyrian king, completed the process. He returned the captured statue of Marduk to the newly rebuilt Es-Agila temple with great ceremony. For a time, Babylon was restored, not as an independent capital, but as a revered religious center within the Assyrian Empire. Each act of rebuilding, every brick laid, every statue returned, was understood as repairing a tear in the cosmic order. The city's physical and spiritual recovery were one and the same. The Assyrian Empire, for all its terrifying power, was brittle. Its vast size, built on constant warfare and brutal repression, fostered deep-seated hatreds. In the late 7th century BCE, the empire began to crack. A grand coalition of enemies formed: the Medes from the Iranian plateau, the Scythians from the steppes, and, crucially, a resurgent Babylon. The Babylonians found a dynamic leader in Nabopolassar, who declared independence and forged the alliance that would bring the Colossus down. The war was fierce and culminated in 612 BCE with the siege and sack of Nineveh itself. The Assyrian capital, the city of Sennacherib and Ashurbanipal, was utterly destroyed. Its ruins burned so fiercely that the layers of ash left a permanent black line in the archaeological record. The fall of Nineveh was more than a military victory, it was a cosmic reckoning. For Babylon, it was vengeance centuries in the making. The empire that had alternately admired and annihilated them was gone. The door was now flung open, not just to independence but to supremacy. With the Assyrian threat obliterated, Babylon entered its final and most glorious act. The Neo-Babylonian dynasty, founded by Nabopolassar and immortalized by his son, would in a few short decades transform the city from a revered ancient center into the undisputed capital of the world. This was the era that would produce the monuments of legend, the Ishtar Gate, the Processional Way, the towering Etemenanki Ziggurat. It was an explosion of creative energy and imperial confidence, funded by the wealth of an empire that now stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. The memory of the long road, the centuries of Kassite stewardship, the painful oscillations under Assyrian dominance, the terrible destruction and miraculous rebirth, all of it was woven into the identity of this new Babylon. The city had been tested by fire and water. It had been a vassal, a victim, and a ruin. Now it would become an icon. The stage was set for a king who would build on a scale to match this hard-won destiny, a ruler whose name would become synonymous with Babylon itself. The Builder King was coming. Imagine a city that has already stood for 1,000 years. Its foundations are stories, its walls are history. Now imagine a single man, a king, who looks upon this ancient metropolis and sees not a venerable relic, but a blank canvas. His vision is not to preserve, but to transform. To rebuild the very center of the world in his own image, an image of such staggering ambition that it would eclipse all memory of what came before. This is the moment of Nebuchadnezzar II. The year is 605 BCE. The city is Babylon. And the project is nothing less than the creation of a legend in baked brick and blue glaze. He inherited a throne still warm from his father's military triumph. But Nebuchadnezzar was a different kind of ruler. His reign, from 605 to 562 BCE, would be defined not merely by conquest, but by construction. He was the greatest builder in Babylonian history. The city he ruled was already impressive, a palimpsest of dynasties. Yet he saw its potential for a grandeur that would make it the supreme urban achievement of the age, a wonder that would draw the gaze of the entire ancient world. His ambition was to make Babylon not just powerful, but perfect. A divine blueprint made manifest on the earth between the rivers. This was a spiritual undertaking as much as an architectural one. Every brick would be a prayer, every gate a testament to the gods who had chosen his city as their home. His building program was of a scale that defies easy comprehension. It was a symphony of coordinated labor, a decades-long mobilization of an entire kingdom's resources. At its sacred heart was the Esagila, the temple complex of the supreme god Marduk. Nebuchadnezzar did not just repair it, he expanded and lavished it with gold and lapis lazuli, reinforcing its status as the cosmic axis. Around this core, he erected a new skin for the city. He built or renovated at least 3 massive palace complexes, sprawling labyrinths of administration and ceremony. He reinforced the city's legendary defenses, strengthening the double and triple walls that made Babylon seem impregnable. And he commissioned the crown jewels of his new capital, the radiant Ishtar Gate, and the majestic processional way that ran through the city's heart. Ancient sources would also credit him with the most elusive wonder of all, the Hanging Gardens. a terraced paradise of exotic flora, an engineering marvel said to be built for a homesick queen. This was his portfolio. A city reborn from the ground up. The scale required an industrial operation. Thousands of laborers, artisans, and engineers were marshaled. Brick kilns burned day and night, consuming forests of fuel. Quarries miles away sent stone floating down the Euphrates on rafts. The city became a perpetual construction site, the air thick with dust and the sounds of chisels enchanting work gangs. Nebuchadnezzar's inscriptions boast of using cedar from Lebanon, gold from Egypt, precious stones from distant mountains. This was imperial power expressed through logistics. Every glazed tile, every carved foundation stone was a political statement. They proclaimed a kingdom so stable, so wealthy, that it could devote generations to monumental beauty. The city itself became his lasting monument, far more enduring than any battlefield victory. Yet those battlefield victories were the essential foundation. Nebuchadnezzar's military campaigns were equally formative for world history. In the very year he took the throne, he defeated the Egyptian army at the Battle of Carchemish. This decisive clash ended centuries of Egyptian influence in the Levant, the fertile corridor linking continents. Babylon was now the undisputed master of the ancient Near East. But one small, stubborn kingdom on the highlands of Judah resisted this new order. Jerusalem, under its kings, vacillated between loyalty and rebellion. Nebuchadnezzar's response was methodical and brutal. After a prolonged siege, his armies broke through the walls of Jerusalem in 586 BCE. The city was sacked. The Temple of Solomon, the Sacred Heart of Judah, was razed to the ground. The political and religious elite of Judah, along with thousands of craftsmen and warriors, were forcibly marched across the desert to Babylon. This was not mere slaughter. It was a calculated act of imperial policy. Remove the people, and the land's capacity for rebellion dies. This event, known forever after as the Babylonian exile, was a cataclysm that echoed through centuries. For the Jewish people, it was an unthinkable theological crisis. Their God's house was destroyed. His chosen people were prisoners in a foreign land. How could their faith survive? The answer was forged in the very heart of the empire that had conquered them. It was during these decades in Babylon that Jewish identity was fundamentally reshaped. Without a temple, worship turned to scripture and prayer. Scribes and priests compiled, edited, and composed the texts that would become the Hebrew Bible. Stories of creation, law, and history were woven together. The Psalms were sung by the rivers of Babylon. The city of Nebuchadnezzar, therefore, is not just a backdrop to biblical history, it is woven into the very fabric of the biblical text. The prophets Jeremiah and Ezekiel grappled with the exile's meaning from within the city's walls. Babylon became the archetype of the powerful pagan empire, a symbol of both awe and dread. We know the physical details of Nebuchadnezzar's building spree with unusual precision. This is because the king was a meticulous propagandist. He left behind extensive cuneiform inscriptions, often buried in the foundation boxes of the very structures they describe. These clay cylinders and prisms boast of his piety and his accomplishments. I laid its foundation of mortar and brick, he writes of a palace. I built it with mountain stone, I made it wonderful. He lists the types of wood, the quantities of gold, the names of the gods he honored. Archaeologists, like Robert Calderwood, who excavated Babylon over a century ago, can cross-reference these texts with the physical remains. A brick stamped with Nebuchadnezzar's name found in a specific wall confirms the inscription's claim. This gives historians a powerful, if one-sided, tool for reconstruction. The inscriptions, however, are predictably silent on other matters. They do not mention the cost in human labor, the conscripted armies of workers. They say nothing of military setbacks or the suffering of the exiled peoples. They are the curated autobiography of stone and clay. So who was the man behind the monuments? The historical portrait is complex, refracted through different lenses. The Babylonian chronicles portray him as the ideal pious king, utterly devoted to Marduk. His building projects are framed as acts of worship, securing divine favor for the land. The Hebrew Bible presents a more layered, providential view. In the books of Kings and Jeremiah, Nebuchadnezzar is the servant of the Hebrew God, an unwitting instrument of divine punishment against a sinful Judah. He is a force of history, terrifying yet part of a larger plan. Later tradition would embellish this figure into legend. The Book of Daniel, written centuries later, tells stories of a king humbled by the God of the exiles. In its most famous tale, Nebuchadnezzar is stricken with a madness that drives him from his throne to live like a beast, eating grass in the fields. His body was drenched with the dew of heaven, until his hair grew like the feathers of an eagle and his nails like the claws of a bird. This is almost certainly a powerful literary invention, a parable about the fragility of pride. But it cemented his image in the Western imagination as a tyrant who was ultimately broken. These competing narratives, the pious builder, the divine rod of punishment, the mad tyrant, show how Nebuchadnezzar transcended his own time. He became a symbol. His real achievements were so monumental that they demanded mythic explanation. The city he built was so dazzling that it seemed to require a moral counterweight. His reign stands at a pivotal hinge in history. It marks the zenith of Babylonian power, a brief, glorious Indian summer before the empire was absorbed by the Persians. It directly shaped the development of Judaism, and through it, Christianity and Islam. And it left on the landscape of Iraq a series of ruins so potent that they would fuel dreams and nightmares for millennia. The man sought immortality through brick and mortar. He achieved it through story and scripture. We are left, then, with the physical legacy. Much of it is gone, quarried away or returned to dust. But fragments remain to testify to the scale of his vision. In the Pergamon Museum in Berlin, a monumental reconstruction stands. It is not the original gate, but it is built from the original materials. Thousands of the glazed bricks excavated by Koldewey were shipped to Europe and painstakingly reassembled. Walking through it today is an uncanny experience. You are simultaneously in a 20th century German museum and in the heart of ancient Babylon. The color is what strikes you first, that profound, vibrant blue, the color of the deep sky and the far sea. It is the color of divinity. Each brick, molded with part of a dragon or bull, fits into a larger whole, a giant divine puzzle. This is the essence of Nebuchadnezzar's work, overwhelming detail in service of an overwhelming idea. The gate was not merely an entrance, it was a threshold between the human and the divine, a fitting start to the sacred road that ran into the city's core. This processional way, lined with walls of marching lions, was the stage for Babylon's most important ritual. It was the path walked by the statue of the god Marduk during the New Year festival, a journey that renewed the cosmos itself. To understand the power of Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon, we must walk that path, from the dazzling blue gate to the foot of the towering ziggurat. We must see the city as he intended it to be seen, as the gateway to heaven, paved with lions and lined with the awe of the world. Imagine a city gate that was not merely an entrance, but a threshold between worlds. A portal of such overwhelming color and power that to pass through it was to step into the divine. This was not a structure built for kings or soldiers, but for a god. Its purpose was to frame the most sacred journey in the Babylonian calendar, a procession that reaffirmed the very order of the cosmos. This was the Ishtar Gate, the glittering northern entrance to the inner city of Babylon, and the starting point for a road paved with celestial intention. The gate stood as the eighth and most magnificent portal in Babylon's inner defensive walls, It was dedicated to Ishtar, the complex goddess of both love and war, fertility and fierce combat. But its function was tied to a male deity, Marduk, the supreme god of Babylon. The gate marked the northern end of the sacred processional way, the meticulously designed path along which the statue of Marduk was carried during the annual New Year festival. To understand the gate, one must first understand this road. It was not a thoroughfare for carts or commerce in the usual sense. It was a ceremonial stage, a divine runway constructed for a single, profound performance that united the city with the heavens. The construction was a masterpiece of ancient engineering and artistry. The core was built from millions of baked bricks, but its soul was its skin. The entire surface was sheathed in brilliantly glazed tiles, a color known as Babylonian blue. This was not a muted shade, but a vibrant, lapis-like cobalt, achieved through a precise alchemy of silica, copper, and cobalt compounds fired at intense heat. Against this dazzling blue ground marched regiments of sacred animals, molded in relief from separately glazed bricks. Alternating rows depicted two creatures, the Mudhudu, a serpent-dragon hybrid with a scaly body, lion's forelegs, and eagle's hind legs, sacred to Marduk, and the bull, a powerful symbol of the storm god Adad. Rendered in gold, white, and ochre, these figures were not mere decoration. They were divine guardians, a perpetual celestial parade frozen in clay. Approximately 575 of these animals adorned the gate and its flanking walls, a number that speaks to the staggering scale of the project. From this magnificent gate, the sacred path unfurled. The processional way itself stretched for nearly a kilometer, slicing through the heart of the city towards the temple district. Its walls, over 15 meters high in places, created a canyon of brick and color. And lining this entire corridor was another army of glazed beasts, 120 lions, the sacred animal of Ishtar. Striding with muscular grace, their manes detailed in flowing yellow and white against the same iconic blue, these lions created a corridor of palpable power. To walk this road was to be flanked by the goddess's protectors, channeled toward the spiritual center of the world. The combined effect of gate and way was a total sensory environment designed to overwhelm the mortal and welcome the divine. This wonder, however, did not survive the millennia intact. It fell to a meticulous German archaeologist, Robert Koldewey, to rescue it from oblivion. When he began excavating Babylon in 1899, he faced a mound of crumbled earth. But Koldewey had a revolutionary eye for mud brick. He developed a method of tracing the subtle differences in soil to reveal the outlines of walls. What he uncovered was a vast jigsaw puzzle of destruction, thousands upon thousands of glazed brick fragments, the shattered remains of the dragons, bulls, and lions. Recognizing the impossibility of reconstructing the monument on site, he made a consequential decision. The fragments, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, were carefully catalogued, packed into crates, and shipped to Berlin. There began a painstaking decades-long project of reconstruction. The result stands today in Berlin's Pergamon Museum, the most complete reconstruction of an ancient monument anywhere in the world. Walking into that hall is a breathtaking experience, a deliberate recreation of the awe a Babylonian citizen or foreign dignitary might have felt. The blue is still vibrant, the animals still potent, yet this reconstruction holds a silent, crucial caveat. The gate on display is not the colossal outer gate that would have been seen from the plain. It is the smaller, inner gate that stood further into the city. The larger outer gate, which was even more immense, has only been partially reassembled. Its bulk remains in storage, a ghost of the original's full grandeur. What? This architectural marvel was not a static monument. It was built for a purpose, a single, climactic event that animated its stones with meaning, the Akitu festival. This 11-day Babylonian New Year celebration in spring was the most critical ritual of the year, a time to renew the cosmic contract between the god, the king, and the people. The festival involved complex rituals, including the ritual humiliation of the king before the statue of Marduk, who would slap the monarch's face and pull his ears to ensure humility. The creation epic, the Enuma Elish, was recited, retelling Marduk's victory over chaos. Then came the procession. The divine statue of Marduk was removed from his inner sanctum in the Isagila temple. Placed upon a special ceremonial boat litter, he was carried by the high priests through the very streets we have described. He would pass through the Ishtar gate, greeted by its dragon guardians, and proceed along the lion-lined corridor of the processional way. The populace would line the route, witnessing their god literally moving among them. The procession culminated at a special garden temple, the Akitu house, outside the city walls, where sacred marriages and rites of renewal were performed before the god returned triumphantly to his temple. The gate and the way were the designed landscape for this drama. They physically manifested the path from the human city to the divine realm and back again, solidifying in brick and glaze the theology of a civilization. The logistical orchestration of the Akitu was a monumental civic undertaking. Beyond the priests and the king, thousands of citizens had roles, bakers preparing ritual breads, brewers supplying sacred beer, musicians rehearsing hymns, and cleaners scouring the sacred path. The festival was also a political barometer. If the statue could not leave the temple due to invasion, plague, or political strife, it was a sign of divine displeasure, a cosmic crisis. The successful completion of the procession, with the god passing through the Ishtar gate, was a public affirmation that the kingdom was in harmony with the heavens. The gate, therefore, was a barometer of fate, its arch a frame through which the health of the nation was visibly assessed each year. Consider the perspective of a foreign envoy, perhaps from Lydia or Egypt, invited to witness the Akitu. Having travelled for months, he would first behold the outer Ishtar gate from the plain, a shimmering blue mirage promising unimaginable wealth and power. Passing through its colossal arch, he would then traverse the lion-guarded canyon of the processional way, the crowds thrumming with a fervour he did not share but deeply felt. The message was unambiguous. Babylon was not just a powerful city, it was the axis mundi, the pivot of creation, and its god was the sovereign of the cosmos. The architecture was a form of psychological and theological warfare, dazzling and intimidating in equal measure. The legacy of Koldewey's reconstruction is itself a layered history. The removal of the gate to Berlin is an enduring artifact of colonial-era archaeology, a complex issue of cultural patrimony. Yet, its preservation there proved fateful. The original site in Babylon has suffered greatly from reconstruction attempts, military occupation, and neglect. Many of the modern bricks placed on the site have eroded or discolored. The Berlin reconstruction, despite its complicated origins, remains the most authentic evocation of the gate's original splendor, preserving a vision that has largely vanished from its homeland. It stands as a testament to both ancient genius and modern curatorship, a dialogue across millennia mediated by early 20th century decisions. The Ishtar Gate and its processional way were the ultimate expression of Nebuchadnezzar's vision, to clothe theological belief in an imperishable skin of fired clay and glaze. They transformed abstract faith into a walkable, tangible experience. But this sacred road had a definitive destination. It led inexorably towards the city's spiritual epicenter, a man-made mountain that aimed at the heavens. The procession for Marduk ended at his house, but the architectural journey pointed towards something even more audacious. For at the end of that visual axis, dominating the city's skyline, stood the true stairway to heaven, the great ziggurat known as Etemenanki. In the flat, sun-baked heart of Mesopotamia, where the horizon is a line drawn by the gods, humanity built its own mountains. They were not of stone and earth, but of ambition and sacred geometry. At the center of Babylon, rising above the blue-tiled splendor of the Ishtar Gate and the bustling markets, stood the ultimate expression of this celestial longing. It was a stairway carved from the very soil of the plain, a bridge between the world of men and the realm of the divine. This was not merely a building. It was an act of cosmological engineering, a declaration that here, at this precise point, heaven and earth met. Its name was Etemenanki, and its story is the story of a city reaching for the sky, only to have its hands stayed by time, conquest, and the slow, patient theft of its own bones. Etemenanki. The name itself is a map of meaning, written in the ancient Sumerian language that underpinned all Babylonian thought. It translates as the house of the foundation of heaven and earth. This was the great Ziggurat of Babylon, the towering heart of the city's sacred district dedicated to its patron god, Marduk. It stood not as a separate monument, but as the towering centerpiece of the Isagila temple complex, the physical and spiritual axis around which all of Babylonian cosmology rotated. Ancient sources, from Babylonian administrative texts to later Greek historians, consistently describe a structure of almost unimaginable scale for its time. Built from millions of sun-dried and fired mud bricks, it rose in 7 distinct tiers, each one slightly smaller than the last, creating a colossal stepped pyramid. Its total height is estimated at approximately 90 meters. To stand at its base and look upward was to witness a man-made mountain, a deliberate challenge to the featureless plain. The summit was not a public space, but a sacred precinct, a shrine where the divine was believed to literally descend. The construction was a perpetual act of devotion, with kings across centuries vying to repair, enlarge, and embellish it, each brick stamped with a royal name becoming a prayer in clay. To understand Etemenanki, one must first abandon the modern idea of a temple. This was not a place for congregational worship, where the faithful gathered to pray. Ordinary Babylonians never entered its precincts. Instead, the ziggurat was a machine for divinity, an artificial high place constructed out of profound theological necessity. Mesopotamia lacked the natural mountains that other ancient cultures associated with the gods, no Mount Olympus, no Sinai. Their landscape was horizontal, a vast alluvial plain between 2 rivers. If the gods dwelt in the high places, then humanity would have to build those places itself. The ziggurat was that solution. It was a platform, a landing stage for the divine. The priests who climbed its steep, ramped staircases were not going to a service. They were ascending to meet a guest. The summit shrine was the bedchamber where the god Marduk would descend from the heavens to commune with his chosen intermediaries. The entire structure was a conduit, a focal point that pulled celestial power down into the heart of the city, ensuring cosmic order and fertility for the land. It made the intangible tangible, giving a specific address to the divine. The physical journey to that summit was arduous, a deliberate act of ascent that mirrored the spiritual climb. The staircases were not gentle inclines, but steep, switchbacking ramps that wrapped around the massive tiers. The climb was performed in ritual silence, or to the chant of specific hymns, the priest physically leaving the mundane world of the city below with every step. The air would grow thinner, the sounds of the market, the braying of donkeys, the calls of merchants would. Reaching the top was to enter another realm, a space reserved for the elite priesthood and the god himself. Here, in a relatively small shrine, the rituals of encounter took place. The precise nature of these rituals is lost to us, but they likely involved offerings of food and drink, the burning of rare incense, and the careful reading of omens. The priest acted as the steward of the god's earthly home, maintaining the connection that guaranteed the city's survival. This daily, weekly, and annual cycle of ascent and ritual was the invisible engine of Babylon, a constant reaffirmation of the covenant between the city and its protector. Today, the visitor to the ancient site of Babylon near modern Hilla in Iraq encounters a very different sight. Where the mountain of brick once stood, there is now a profound absence. A massive, square depression, roughly 90 meters on each side, scars the earth. This is the Sarn, the footprint of Etemenanki. It is often filled with brackish groundwater, creating a still, reflective pool that mirrors the sky, a haunting inversion of the tower that once sought to touch it. This empty socket in the ground is the direct result of centuries of systematic recycling. After Babylon's final decline, the city was not simply abandoned, it became a quarry. The baked brick core of the ziggurat, fired to a hardness that could withstand millennia, was far more durable and valuable than any new brick that could be made. For generations, local builders came and carefully dismantled Etemenanki, carting away its bricks to construct homes, mosques, and walls in the surrounding towns. Each brick, stamped with the name of Nebuchadnezzar or another great king, was a ready-made, high-quality building block. The process was so thorough that it left only the deepest foundations and the impression of the structure in the soil. The mountain was carried away piece by piece until only its shadow remained. This act of slow-motion demolition speaks to a practical relationship with the past that is often forgotten. The people who took these bricks were not vandals, they were pragmatists, living amidst the colossal ruins of a civilization they may have only dimly understood. They saw not a sacred stairway to heaven, but a convenient and excellent source of building material. The stamps of ancient kings meant nothing to them. This gradual erosion, brick by brick, is a powerful reminder that monuments die not always in cataclysmic events, but often through quiet, relentless appropriation. The groundwater that now fills the Sarn adds a layer of poetic resonance. It creates a mirror where the tower once stood, as if the earth, denied its mountain, has created a void that captures the heavens instead. Archaeologists study this depression meticulously, mapping its precise dimensions and the few remaining in-situ bricks to understand the ziggurat's original plan. The emptiness is itself a document, a negative image of the past. Fortunately, the physical disappearance of Etemenanki is countered by a remarkable textual witness. A single cuneiform tablet, known as the Isagila tablet, provides a precise mathematical blueprint of the structure. Believed to date from the Seleucid period, centuries after the ziggurat's prime, this tablet was likely a scholarly document, a record of the ancient measurements preserved by temple astronomers or scribes. It lists, in meticulous detail, the dimensions of Etemenanki, the length and width of its base, the height and setback of each of its 7 tiers, and the size of the summit temple. The numbers are staggering. They describe a base square of approximately 91 meters per side, confirming the vast scale of the footprint. These are not the exaggerated boasts of kings, but the cool administrative figures of surveyors. They tell us that the ancient descriptions of a 90-meter-high tower are not mythological, but architectural fact. This clay tablet, now housed in the British Museum, is a ghost in machine code, allowing us to reconstruct the Phantom Mountain with astonishing accuracy. The measurements from the Isagila tablet translate a legend into engineering. A structure 90 meters tall in the ancient world was a profound shock to the senses. It would have been visible for days of travel across the flat plain, a constant beacon drawing the eye toward the center of the world. The labor required staggers the imagination. The production of the bricks alone would have required vast clay pits, armies of workers mixing straw and mud, and forests of wood to fuel the kilns for the fired bricks used in the core. The bitumen mortar, imported from distant seepages, would have been transported in thousands of barrels. The organization needed to coordinate this effort, the overseers, the surveyors ensuring each tier was perfectly square and level, the teams hauling materials up ramps, represents a pinnacle of ancient administrative capability. The ziggurat was as much a triumph of logistics as of faith. It stood as a testament to the power of a king to command not just armies, but the very landscape, reshaping it into a form that honored the gods and proclaimed his own divine mandate. Our most vivid ancient description of Etemenanki comes not from a Babylonian, but from a curious Greek tourist. The historian Herodotus visited Babylon around 450 BCE, when the city was under Persian rule but still magnificent. He described the ziggurat in detail, noting its great height and the shrine at its summit. His account, however, is a fascinating blend of observation and imaginative elaboration. He reports a great golden statue of the god inside the shrine, a massive golden table for offerings, and a large golden couch. Most intriguingly, he states that a single woman, chosen by the god himself from among all the women of the land, slept alone on this couch each night. Herodotus presents this as fact, a local custom explained to him. This detail likely represents a Greek misunderstanding of the sacred marriage ritual, a key part of Mesopotamian religion, where the king would enact a symbolic union with a goddess to ensure fertility. For Herodotus, it became a titillating tale of a god's mortal consort. His description captures Etemenanki not as a living, functioning religious center, but already as an object of awe and exotic legend for the outside world. Herodotus's account is precious because it is an eyewitness report from a time when the tower still stood largely intact. He represents the beginning of Babylon's transition from a powerful capital to a place of wonder in the Western imagination. His writings would be copied and read for centuries in the Greek and later Roman world, shaping the European conception of the East as a place of immense wealth, strange customs, and colossal architecture. The golden couch, whether it existed or not, became a potent symbol of Babylonian luxury and decadence. This external gaze, fascinated and slightly appalled, would eventually feed directly into the biblical tradition that cast Babylon as the archetype of human arrogance. Herodotus stood at a crossroads, recording the physical reality of Etemenanki, while simultaneously weaving the first threads of the myth that would eventually overshadow it. He saw a functioning, if diminished, sacred site. His readers would remember a fairy tale tower of gold and mysterious nocturnal rituals. The final chapter in the physical story of Etemenanki involves another legendary figure, one whose dreams were as vast as the Babylonians' own. Alexander the Great entered Babylon in 323 BCE, not as a conqueror of a rebellious city, but as its new master, welcomed by its priests and people. He was deeply impressed by Babylon's scale and antiquity, and he envisioned making it the capital of his new global empire. Part of this vision involved restoring the city's greatest monument. The ziggurat by this time had suffered damage. Historical sources suggest the Persian king Xerxes, after a Babylonian revolt, had ordered its partial demolition a century and a half earlier, a symbolic act of stripping the city of its divine protector. Alexander, seeking to legitimize his rule by appearing as a restorer of traditional order, ordered the rubble cleared from the site of Etemenanki. For weeks, thousands of his Macedonian soldiers, more accustomed to battlefield glory, labored as common workmen, hauling away the fallen brick and debris. It was a potent act of political theatre, demonstrating his commitment to Babylonian traditions. Alexander's ambition for the restoration was reportedly colossal. Some accounts suggest he intended not just to repair Etemenanki, but to rebuild it even grander than before, a fitting project for a man who saw himself as a new kind of god-king. The clearing of the site was just the first step, but history took a different turn. Alexander fell ill in Babylon and died in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar just months after his arrival. His vast empire fractured among his generals, and the project of restoring the ziggurat died with him. The rubble was cleared, but no new mountain rose in its place. This unfinished act of restoration is profoundly significant. It left the site of Etemenanki in a state of arrested potential, a cleared foundation, a promise of rebuilding unfulfilled. For the Jewish community that had lived in Babylon for generations, this site, a colossal temple tower that was visibly a ruin, with a recent, very public and failed attempt to rebuild it, would have been a powerful and familiar image. It was a monument to supreme human ambition that had, once again, been checked before completion. The death of Alexander at the foot of the unrebuilt ziggurat marks the end of Etemenanki's active life in history. After that point, it enters the realm of memory and material salvage. The great stairway to heaven became a source of bricks for village houses, a subject of measurement for antiquarian scribes, and a haunting footprint in the Iraqi soil. But its influence was only beginning its most enduring journey. The image of this immense, unfinished tower in the heart of the world's most famous city would travel far from the banks of the Euphrates. It would be carried in the cultural memory of exiled peoples, stripped of its specific name and its god Marduk, and transformed into a universal symbol. It would become a story not about a connection to the divine, but about the peril of reaching too high. The physical reality of Etemenanki, its mud brick construction, its bitumen mortar, its interrupted history, provided the perfect tangible details for a new and devastating myth. The mountain built to bring God down to earth would be remembered instead as the tower that provoked God to scatter humanity across it. The house of the foundation of heaven and earth was about to be given a new name, one that would echo through millennia, Babel. The silent, square void that remains today is the final word in a long dialogue between ambition and time. Etemenanki was the ultimate expression of a civilization's desire to anchor the cosmos, to create a fixed point where the divine will could be known and placated. Its construction was an act of supreme confidence, a belief that through correct ritual and monumental scale, humanity could maintain a stable relationship with the powers of heaven. Its disappearance, brick by brick, is an equally powerful lesson in entropy and practical necessity. Yet, in its passing from a physical place to a story, it achieved a different kind of immortality. The facts of its existence, its measurements, its purpose, its ruined state, blended with the perspectives of outsiders like Herodotus and the experiences of exiled communities to create something new. The solid mud brick mountain dissolved into a powerful metaphor. This transition from archaeological fact to foundational myth is one of the most profound journeys any ancient monument has ever taken. It leads us directly from the excavated foundations in Iraq to a short, puzzling story in the book of Genesis, where the technology of brick and bitumen meets the theology of divine judgment. The stairway to heaven was about to become the Tower of Babel. In the beginning, all the world was one people, one speech, one shared purpose. They moved east across the land, settling on a plain in the land of Shinar. And they said to one another, "Let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly. Let us build a city, and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth." This is the story as Genesis tells it, a mere 9 verses of scripture that have echoed for millennia. It is a story of ambition and its limits, of unity shattered into 1,000 fragments. It is the story of the Tower of Babel, a myth born from the mud and fire of a very real place. The narrative is stark in its simplicity. Humanity, speaking a single language, collaborates on a monumental project. They use brick for stone and slime for mortar. They build towards the heavens. And the Lord comes down to see the city and the tower. He confounds their language, so that they cannot understand one another's speech. He scatters them abroad from that place across the face of all the earth. Therefore its name is called Babel, because there the Lord confounded the language of all the earth. In this brief tale, we find the origin of the world's many tongues, and a profound meditation on the perils of human pride. But woven into this theological fabric are threads of startling historical precision. The details are not generic, they are specifically, unmistakably Babylonian. Consider the materials. The text specifies brick instead of stone and bitumen for mortar. This is not the building technique of the rocky highlands of Judah or Israel. It is the exact method of the Mesopotamian alluvial plain, where stone was scarce but clay was abundant. The bitumen, a natural tar that seeped from the ground, was the essential waterproofing agent used in Babylonian construction for centuries. The very name, Babel, is a direct Hebrew transliteration of the Akkadian Bav-Elim, the gate of the gods. The biblical author is not describing a vague, mythical tower. He is describing the physical and cultural reality of Babylon and its most iconic structure, the great ziggurat, Etemenanki. The story maps onto a known monument with an almost archaeological specificity. This knowledge did not come from a distance. It was written by someone who knew the place, or by someone who listened carefully to those who did. And in the 6th century before the Common Era, there was a whole population of people from Judah who knew Babylon intimately. They were the exiles, deported by Nebuchadnezzar II after the destruction of Jerusalem. Uprooted from their homeland, they were brought to the very heart of the empire that had conquered them. They walked its processional way. They passed through its Ishtar gate. And dominating the skyline, they would have seen the colossal form of Etemenanki, the house of the foundation of heaven and earth. Their experience of this tower was visceral, immediate, and fraught with meaning. What condition was it in when they saw it? Historical records are fragmentary. The ziggurat may have been under ambitious reconstruction by Nebuchadnezzar, a project of imperial pride. It may have stood newly completed, a stunning testament to Babylonian power. Or, given the turbulent history of the city, it may have been in a state of partial ruin, damaged by earlier Assyrian sackings or simply decayed. All three scenarios are plausible. And each one could have directly inspired the core idea of the Genesis story, a tower that was begun but never finished. A monument to human ambition, left incomplete by divine intervention. For the exiles, the site of this alien temple mountain, dedicated to a foreign god, Marduk, was a powerful symbol of everything they had lost and everything they resisted. It was the ultimate expression of imperial might. But the story is about more than a tower. It is about the fragmentation of language. And here, the myth touches another profound historical truth. Babylon was not a city of one tongue. It was a cacophony. As the capital of a vast empire, it drew people from across the known world. In its streets and markets, one would hear the formal Akkadian of the court and the temples, the everyday Aramaic of merchants and administrators, the ancient liturgical Sumerian of the scribes. You would hear Hebrew from the exiles, Egyptian from diplomats, Greek from Ionian mercenaries, Elamite and Persian from the east. For a newcomer, especially one traumatized by conquest and displacement, this linguistic diversity would have been profoundly disorienting. The confusion of tongues was not a divine fantasy. It was the daily reality of life in the imperial metropolis. The story transforms a personal experience of alienation into a cosmic event. Biblical scholars have long debated the primary purpose of this compact, potent tale. Is it a straightforward etiology? An origin story crafted to explain why humanity speaks so many different languages? Certainly, that is its most obvious function, but many see a deeper, more pointed critique within it. The people's stated goal is to make a name for themselves and to avoid being scattered. This is a direct challenge to the divine command to be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth. Their project represents the concentration of human power, the pride of empire that seeks to reach the realm of the gods themselves. In this reading, Babylon is not just a city, it is the archetype of centralized, arrogant human power that sets itself against the divine order. The story, then, is a theological commentary written from the perspective of the conquered, a subtle undermining of the empire's own narrative of glorious, heaven-touching achievement. What gives the Tower of Babel its enduring, unsettling power is its profound ambiguity. The builders are not depicted as monsters or idolaters. They are unified, cooperative, and brilliantly skilled. Their sin, if it is a sin, is one of overreach, a very human desire for permanence and renown. God's response is equally nuanced. He does not smite them with fire or drown them in a flood. He does not destroy the tower. He introduces confusion, and then he scatters them. The punishment is dispersal, not annihilation. And from this divine intervention springs the world's beautiful, frustrating, and defining cultural diversity. The multitude of languages and nations is portrayed as a kind of unintended consequence, a necessary check on a humanity that was becoming too powerful, too monolithic. The story mourns the loss of primal unity while acknowledging its dangers. We are left with a narrative that operates on multiple levels. It is a folk memory of a real ziggurat, described with the accuracy of an eyewitness. It is an origin myth for the world's linguistic tapestry. It is a sophisticated political and theological critique of imperial ambition, born from the trauma of exile. And it is a timeless exploration of the human condition, our drive to build, to reach, to make a mark, and the forces, both within and beyond us, that ultimately limit those aspirations. The tower itself may be myth, but the bricks from which it is built are historical. They are the fired bricks of Babylon, stamped with the names of kings. They are the experiences of a people in exile, struggling to understand their place in a world dominated by a colossal, alien power. The story's genius is its transformation of physical reality into spiritual metaphor. The ziggurat was a stairway to heaven, but for the god Marduk to descend, not for humans to ascend. This theological concept of the god dwelling in a house at the top of a mountain was central to Babylonian religion. The Genesis narrative takes this very real belief and inverts it. It is not a god coming down, but humans trying to go up. It is not a celebration of divine presence, but a warning about human presumption. To understand the full weight of this inversion, we must step inside the temple at the tower's base and into the mind of the Babylonian world. We must meet the god for whom this mountain was built, the deity whose rise mirrored the rise of the city itself, Marduk, the king of the gods. The Jewish exiles would have known of this god, seen his processions, heard his hymns. Their own story of Babel was, in part, a response to his overwhelming cultural presence. The ziggurat Etemenanki was his landing place, the temple Esagila, his earthly home. The rituals performed there daily were elaborate and intimate, treating the god's statue as a living monarch who required food, clothing, and entertainment. This was the beating heart of the city that called itself the Gate of the Gods. The power of Marduk was absolute, his mythology justifying Babylon's dominance over the world. The creation epic, the Enuma Elish, was recited annually, telling of his victory over chaos and his establishment of Babylon as the cosmic center. For the exiles, living in the shadow of this overwhelming theological and imperial narrative, the crafting of their own stories was an act of intellectual and spiritual survival. The Tower of Babel is perhaps the greatest of these acts, a short, sharp story that uses the empire's own symbols to question its very foundation. The narrative's brevity is its strength. It does not argue, it presents. It offers an image so potent it has never faded, a tower reaching for a heaven it can never touch, a people whose collaboration turns to confusion, a world forever after divided by language. It is a story that explains while it mystifies, that judges while it empathizes. It acknowledges the brilliance of human achievement, the making of brick, the engineering of a city, while recognizing the peril of that achievement when it becomes an end in itself. The builders wanted to make a name for themselves. In the most ironic possible way, they succeeded. The name of their city, Babel, and the image of their unfinished tower have become immortal synonyms for confusion and overreach. Yet the story itself is a masterpiece of clarity, a perfectly crafted gem of world literature, born from the collision of two cultures on the plains of Mesopotamia. It is a testament not to the tower that reached for heaven, but to the human mind that could build such a story from the clay of experience and the fire of faith. In the deep quiet of a Babylonian night, the city was never truly silent. The murmur of the Euphrates, the distant bark of a dog, the soft shuffle of sandaled feet on baked brick. But above these earthly sounds, another rhythm pulsed. It came from the heart of the city, from behind the towering walls of a sacred precinct. It was the rhythm of ritual, the heartbeat of a cosmos. For the people of Babylon, the universe was not a machine of indifferent physics. It was a living, breathing entity, sustained by ceremony, held together by divine will. And at the very center of that will, enthroned in gold and lapis lazuli, was a god who had conquered chaos itself. His name was Marduk. This is the story of how a city's ambition forged a god, and how that god's story became the bedrock of reality for an empire. Marduk's origins are shrouded in the mists of Babylon's own early history. He began not as a cosmic king, but as a local patron. His name may have meant bull calf of the sun, linking him to solar vitality, or perhaps to the majestic, wandering planet Jupiter. He was one deity among hundreds in the crowded Mesopotamian pantheon, overshadowed by ancient, formidable powers like Enlil, the stern king of the gods from Nippur, or Enki, the clever god of wisdom and fresh waters from Eridu. For centuries, Marduk's sphere was limited, his worshippers those of the city itself. But then, the city began to rise. As Hammurabi's armies expanded Babylonian control, as diplomacy and trade extended its influence, a theological necessity emerged. A supreme political power required a supreme divine justification. Marduk's ascent was a deliberate project of theological syncretism. Priestly scholars and court poets systematically transferred the attributes, the myths, and the very titles of older, venerated gods onto their local patron. The authority of Enlil, the creativity of Enki, the exorcistic powers of the god Asaluhi, all were absorbed into the expanding identity of Marduk. His rise was not a sudden revelation, but a slow, deliberate coronation, mirroring brick by brick the construction of an imperial capital. The god grew in stature as the city walls grew in height and length. This coronation needed a scripture. It was provided by the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic whose title means "when on high." This was not mere literature, it was the foundational myth of the state, recited aloud during the crucial New Year, or Akitu, festival. Its narrative is a divine political thriller. The old gods are threatened by the primordial, watery chaos monster, Tiamat. The senior gods are terrified, unable to confront her. Then, a young champion steps forward, Marduk. He agrees to fight, but only if the assembly of gods grants him supreme kingship forever. They agree. In a cataclysmic battle, Marduk faces Tiamat. He unleashes the evil wind, shoots an arrow that splits her belly, and stands triumphant over her corpse. What follows is an act of cosmic architecture. He splits her body like a giant shellfish. From one half he creates the vault of heaven, from the other, the foundation of the earth. He establishes the stars, the seasons, the rhythms of time. Then, from the blood of Tiamat's defeated general, Kingu, he creates humanity for a single purpose, to serve the gods, to free them from labor. And as his final, crowning act, he builds a city. He names it Babylon, gateway of the gods. Within it, he constructs a temple, Esagila, house whose top is high. This temple is declared the very navel of the world, the axis where heaven and earth connect. The myth was breathtakingly clear. Cosmic order, human purpose, and the supremacy of Babylon were all the direct results of Marduk's victorious will. This divine presence was not an abstract concept. It had a physical address and a tangible body. Deep within the Esagila complex, in the innermost, most sacred chamber known as the cellar, stood the cult statue of Marduk. To the Babylonian mind, this statue, once consecrated through the intricate mispai, or mouthwashing, ritual, was the god. The divine essence inhabited the crafted form. This understanding transformed daily temple service into the most critical work in the empire. A specialized hereditary priesthood acted as the god's royal household. At dawn, they would awaken the statue with hymns. They would dress it in magnificent robes and jeweled regalia. They would present elaborate meals twice a day. The smell of the food was the god's sustenance. They would bathe it, entertain it with music, and process it through the city on a divine bed. The god was treated as a living, breathing monarch because he was one. This is why the capture of a city's divine statue by an enemy was the ultimate catastrophe. It meant the god had literally been taken prisoner, or worse, had abandoned his people. When the Assyrian king Sennacherib sacked Babylon in 689 BCE, he claimed to have taken the statue of Marduk back to Assyria. For Babylon, this was the death of divine protection, a cosmic wound that could only be healed by the statue's return or replacement. The physicality of the god made theology immediate, and his well-being was inextricably linked to the fate of the state. Therefore, Babylonian religion was never a private affair, a matter of personal salvation or individual conscience. It was a vast, civic, and cosmic enterprise. The primary function of the state, and especially of the king, was liturgical. The king's most important title was Haru, not just king, but the earthly steward, the tenant farmer of the gods. His paramount duty was to serve as Marduk's human representative, to ensure the god's household, the temple, functioned flawlessly. He was the high priest of the empire. During the Akitu festival, a ritual of profound psychological power unfolded. The king would enter the Isagila temple alone. The high priest would strip him of his royal insignia, his scepter, his crown, his ring. He would then slap the king's face and make him kneel before the statue of Marduk to recite a confession of his sins and his care for Babylon. Only after the king affirmed he had not neglected the city or its god would the priest return his regalia and slap him again, this time to bring tears, a sign of Marduk's favor. This ritual humiliation was essential. It reaffirmed that all human authority flowed from the divine, that the king's power was contingent on his correct performance of his religious duties. The meticulous execution of these rituals was believed to maintain the very fabric of order, to keep the forces of chaos, so vividly depicted in the Enuma Elish, at bay. A neglected ritual was not just a religious failure, it was a threat to the stability of the seasons, the fertility of the land, the security of the state. Beneath Marduk's supreme authority stretched a vast, meticulously organized celestial bureaucracy. The Babylonian pantheon mirrored the imperial administration. Next in rank was often Nabu, Marduk's son, the god of writing and wisdom, whose temple at Borsippa was closely linked to Babylon. His symbol, the stylus, represented the divine authority of the written decree. Then came the great astral deities, Shamash, the sun god, who was also the god of justice and truth, whose rays illuminated all secrets. Sin, the moon god, who measured time and governed the monthly cycles. And Ishtar, the complex goddess of both love and war, fertility and destructive battle, whose planet was Venus. Below them were hundreds of lesser deities, genii, and demons who governed every conceivable aspect of existence, from the demon of toothache to the goddess of beer, from the guardian of doorways to the spirit of the south wind. This was a comprehensive system of divine causation. Nothing happened by mere chance. A sudden illness was the work of a displeased demon. A successful business deal reflected the favor of a minor god of commerce. This worldview required constant interpretation, a continuous dialogue with the divine through omens, sacrifices, and prayers. It was a universe alive with intention, where every human action took place under the gaze of a crowded, hierarchical heaven. The most profound and enduring legacy of this religious worldview emerged from this practice of watching the heavens. Babylonian astral theology was born from a fundamental belief. The gods were the celestial bodies. Marduk was Jupiter, Sin was the moon, Ishtar was Venus, Shamash was the sun. Therefore, the movements of the planets and stars were not random mechanical events. They were the visible actions, the decisions, and the communications of the gods. To observe the sky was to read the divine will. This conviction fueled an obsessive, centuries-long project of observation. Priests, astronomers, often attached to the great temples, kept meticulous nightly records on clay tablets, the risings and settings of planets, the phases of the moon, the appearance of comets and eclipses. They correlated these celestial phenomena with events on Earth, the death of a king, the outbreak of war, the price of barley. Over generations, they began to discern patterns. They could predict lunar eclipses with remarkable accuracy. They mapped the paths of the planets through the zodiacal constellations, which they themselves had largely defined. This was the birth of both scientific astronomy and judicial astrology. The data was empirical, the mathematics sophisticated, but the driving motive was entirely religious, to understand what the gods were planning. This vast body of knowledge, compiled in cuneiform tablets, would eventually pass through Achaemenid Persia to the Hellenistic world. Greek astronomers like Hipparchus would build upon Babylonian data, the astrological system of personal horoscopes, though a Greek innovation, was rooted in Babylonian celestial omen literature. This intellectual river flowed through the medieval Islamic world and into Renaissance Europe, shaping our very conception of the cosmos. The modern zodiac, the division of the circle into 360 degrees, even the persistent cultural power of astrology, all these threads lead back to the rooftop observatories of Babylon, where priests watched Jupiter, the star of Marduk, traverse the night, believing they were reading the thoughts of the king of the gods. The system was immense, logical, and all-encompassing. From the king's ritual slap to the astronomer's stargazing, every act was part of a grand symbiosis between heaven and earth. The gods required human service, humanity required divine order. This order was maintained through an unbroken chain of ritual, from the daily feeding of a statue to the annual renewal of the king's mandate during the Akitu. The psychological power of this system cannot be overstated. It provided a complete explanation for reality, a reason for suffering, a promise of stability, and a direct line of communication to the powers that governed life and death. It made Babylon not just a political capital, but the literal axis mundi, the pivot of the universe. The city's walls were not merely defensive, they were the bulwarks of creation against chaos. Its temples were not just buildings, they were the dwellings of the architects of reality. For the Babylonian, to walk the streets of the city was to move through a sacred landscape, every brick imbued with divine purpose. This profound sense of cosmic centrality was the true source of Babylonian identity and pride. It was a religion of place, of ritual action, of tangible divine presence. It asked for belief not in the unseen, but in the meticulously cared for, the elaborately worshipped, the brilliantly visible. Yet for all its grandeur, this religious system also addressed the intimate fears and hopes of ordinary people. While the state priesthood tended to Marduk and Esagila, a parallel world of personal piety and practical magic thrived. Households had their small terracotta figurines of protective spirits buried under thresholds. Individuals prayed to personal gods, intermediary deities who could take one's case before the greater gods, much like a citizen might petition a high official through a lower bureaucrat. Vast collections of omens existed not just for kings, but for common concerns: the meaning of a dog's behavior, the significance of a birthmark, the interpretation of a dream. A thriving profession of exorcists and diviners offered services to combat illness, curse an enemy, or secure love. This personal religion was the shadow of the great cosmic drama, applying its principles to the scale of a single human life. It acknowledged that while Marduk fought Tiamat for cosmic order, an individual still had to confront the demon of a fever or the malice of a rival. The system was scalable, from the universe to the individual body, all governed by the same logic of divine cause and effect, all requiring the correct ritual response to maintain balance. The ultimate test of this theological political edifice came not from within, but from outside. In 539 BCE, the Persian king Cyrus the Great entered Babylon. The Babylonian chronicles, and Cyrus's own famous cylinder, present this conquest through the lens of Marduk's own will. The last Babylonian king, Nabonidus, was portrayed as a heretic who had neglected Marduk's rites and offended the god. The Cyrus cylinder states that Marduk, angered by Nabonidus, scoured the lands for a righteous ruler. He found Cyrus, took him by the hand, and called him to Babylon. Thus Cyrus entered not as a foreign conqueror, but as Marduk's own chosen instrument of restoration. This was a breathtaking act of political theological absorption. Cyrus, a worshipper of Ahura Mazda, seamlessly inserted himself into the Babylonian mythic framework. He claimed to have returned the exiled gods to their shrines and restored their correct rituals. This event reveals the immense strength and flexibility of the Babylonian religious concept. Its core idea, that political legitimacy flowed from divine favor, specifically Marduk's favor, was so powerful that even a foreign conqueror had to adopt its language to legitimize his rule. The god's narrative outlived the native dynasty that had crafted it. The legacy of Babylonian religion is a story of fragmentation and transformation. With the conquests of Alexander the Great and the eventual decline of Babylon as a living city, the intricate, place-bound rituals of Esagila faded. The statue of Marduk was likely destroyed or lost. But the intellectual fruits of the religious worldview proved incredibly durable. The astronomical data, the mathematical systems, the zodiac, the very practice of looking to the stars for meaning, these were stripped from their original theological context and grafted onto new systems of thought. In the Hellenistic world, Babylonian star catalogues became tools for Greek geometry. In the medieval world, the names of Babylonian gods lived on as the names of planets. The idea that celestial events influenced terrestrial ones, born from the belief that the gods were communicating, became the foundation of astrology, a practice that persists globally to this day. In a profound irony, Marduk, the god whose cult was so intensely focused on a single city and a single statue, achieved a form of immortality by becoming disembodied. He survived not as a worshipped deity, but as a planet, and as an idea that shaped humanity's quest to find order in the cosmos. So we are left with a profound dichotomy. The physical Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar is a ruin. The Esagila temple is a footprint in the earth. The golden statue of Marduk is dust. Yet, the conceptual world that statue anchored, a universe governed by intelligible divine will, where human ritual sustains cosmic order, where celestial motion is a language to be decoded, echoes through history. It echoes in our continued fascination with horoscopes, in the very structure of our timekeeping, in the human desire to see pattern and purpose in the heavens. The story of Marduk is the story of a civilization attempting to build a wall of meaning against the void, to create a god strong enough to hold chaos at bay, and to place their city at the center of that god's story. They succeeded, not in a way they could have imagined, but in a way that forever altered how humanity looks up at the night sky. The god king is gone. But the star of Marduk still travels its ancient, predictable path, a silent testament to the Babylonian belief that in watching it, they were reading the mind of creation. This intricate, all-pervading religious system was the engine that drove the state, but it was lived by people. It shaped their calendars, their laws, their fears, and their hopes. It dictated the king's schedule and the farmer's prayers. To understand the rhythm of daily life in Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon, the bustle of its markets, the structure of its families, the work of its craftsmen, we must first appreciate this invisible framework of divine order that surrounded every action. For the Babylonian, there was no separation between the sacred and the profane. The god was in the temple, and the god was in the sky, and his requirements touched everything. From the cosmic throne room of Marduk, we now turn to the streets, homes, and workshops where his human servants lived out their divinely ordained roles, building a city that was, to them, the very center of the world. Imagine a city so vast that its name became a synonym for the entire world. A place of such scale and ambition that it seemed to contain all of humanity within its walls. This was the Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar II. We have walked its processional way and gazed upon its ziggurat. We have traced the power of its king and the majesty of its god, but what of the people who called this place home? Who were the hundreds of thousands of souls who woke each morning within this city of legend? Their lives were not carved in glazed brick or recorded in royal inscriptions. Their stories are quieter, written in the mundane details of contracts, recipes, and receipts. To understand Babylon as a living city, we must step down from the monumental heights and into the dust of its streets, the chatter of its markets, and the quiet industry of its homes. The sheer mass of humanity was its first defining characteristic. At its zenith, Babylon's population swelled to perhaps 200,000 people. It was the largest city on earth. This was not a homogeneous mass, but a convergence of the known world. Native Babylonians, speaking Akkadian, rubbed shoulders with deportees from the conquered kingdom of Judah. Phoenician merchants haggled beside Egyptian craftsmen. Traders from Persia and Arabia brought spices and stories from distant lands. The city was a vast, humming engine of diversity, its neighborhoods a patchwork of languages, dress, and custom. To walk its streets was to hear a dozen different prayers, to smell 100 different cuisines. This was not an accident of empire, but its very purpose. Nebuchadnezzar's policy of forced resettlement brought skilled populations here, turning his capital into a repository of the world's talent. The city absorbed them all, granting a new, overarching identity, citizen of Babylon. Within this teeming metropolis, society was structured with legal precision. Babylonian law recognized three broad classes. At the top were the free citizens, the Awailu, who owned land and enjoyed full legal rights. Then came the dependent workers, the Mushkenu, often attached to the vast estates of the temple or the palace. And finally, there were the slaves, the Wardu. Yet these categories were far more fluid than the rigid hierarchies of later ages. Slavery was often a temporary condition, a consequence of debt or war capture, not an inherited racial fate. A slave could own property, run a business, and even own other slaves. Most significantly, they could purchase their own freedom, a right enshrined in law and frequently exercised. The boundary between slave and free was a line that could be crossed, a social reality that made Babylonian society dynamic and surprisingly mobile. A person's status was not always a permanent cage, but sometimes a circumstance to be negotiated. The engine of this social mobility was a remarkably sophisticated economy. Babylon did not use coined money. Its currency was silver, measured by weight in shekels and minas. But this was no simple barter system. It was a world of credit, interest, and complex commercial partnerships. Thousands of surviving clay tablets detail loans made for business ventures, with interest rates carefully stipulated. They record investments in date palm orchards, partnerships in long-distance trade caravans, and rental agreements for urban property. The most famous evidence comes from the archives of the Ajibi family, a Babylonian banking dynasty whose records span 5 generations. They were not just money lenders, but property developers, commodity traders, and financial managers. Their tablets, now in museums, tell a story of calculated risk and generational wealth accumulation. This was a capitalist city in the ancient world, where wealth could be built, lost, and built again through enterprise and acumen. This economic activity involved women to a degree that would shock many later civilizations. A Babylonian woman could own property, inherit from her parents, and initiate a divorce. She could testify in court and enter into legal contracts. While still operating within a patriarchal family structure, her legal personhood was clearly recognized. The most economically independent were the Naditu women. These were celibate devotees of a god, often from wealthy families, who lived in cloistered quarters but were freed from the duties of marriage and childbearing. This freedom allowed them to become significant economic actors. Naditu women are extensively documented as landlords, investors, and lenders, managing substantial portfolios of property and silver. Their clay tablets show a world where women's financial acumen was not just permitted, but expected and recorded with the same formal precision as any merchant's transaction. The wealth of this society was built on a foundation of agricultural abundance. The Euphrates and its intricate network of canals were the city's lifeblood. They watered vast fields of barley and wheat, the staples of the Babylonian diet. Sesame was pressed for oil, and lentils simmered in countless stew pots. But the king of Babylonian produce was the date. Date palms lined every canal and courtyard, their sweet, energy-rich fruit eaten fresh, dried, or fermented into syrup and vinegar. The rivers and canals teemed with fish, a crucial source of protein, and trade filled the gaps with luxury. Wine from the Levant, olive oil from the Mediterranean, and spices from Arabia flavored the tables of those who could afford them. For the ordinary citizen, a meal might be a barley flatbread, a handful of dates, and some grilled fish. For the elite, it could be a lavish spread of roasted duck, fine breads, and imported wines. The city was a place of both simple sustenance and refined taste. This physical well-being was guarded by a medical tradition that seems to us a paradox. Babylonian medicine combined meticulous observation with unwavering belief in the supernatural. A physician, the Asu, was a trained professional. He would examine a patient, take a history, and note symptoms with systematic care. Surviving diagnostic handbooks list conditions based on careful observation, the color of a rash, the quality of a cough, the rhythm of a fever. Treatments could be rational and herbal, using ingredients like licorice, mint, and myrrh. Yet every illness was also understood as the work of a demon, a curse, or the wrath of a personal god. Therefore, treatment always had two tracks. Alongside a poultice, an incantation priest, the Ashipu, might be summoned to recite spells to drive out the demonic cause. This was not a conflict between science and magic. In the Babylonian mind, they were two sides of the same reality. A fever had a physical heat you could feel, and a supernatural origin you must appease. To heal the body, you must also heal the patient's relationship with the invisible world. The tools of this spiritual diagnosis were everywhere. Divination was a central pillar of daily life, a way to read the will of the gods in the world around them. Priests examined the livers of sacrificed sheep, believing the organ was a map of the cosmos. They watched the flight of birds and the patterns of oil on water. Even the wealthy merchant, before signing a loan contract, might consult an omen to ensure the gods favored the venture. This constant dialogue with the divine was not separate from practical life, it was its foundation. A business decision, a medical treatment, a journey, all were undertaken with one eye on the material world and the other on the signs from the gods. This mindset infused every action with a layer of sacred meaning. Beyond the classes and the contracts, the meals and the medicines were the universal rhythms of family life. Children were raised, taught trades, and married in arrangements that balanced parental arrangement with legal protections for the bride. Marriage contracts specified the wife's dowry, which remained her property, and outlined grounds for divorce. Wills carefully divided estates among sons, with daughters often receiving a share as a dowry. The clay tablets that record these moments are dry and legalistic, but they speak to a society deeply concerned with order, inheritance, and the smooth passage of life from one generation to the next. Even in the shadow of the Great Ziggurat, the primary concerns were often domestic: the health of a child, the success of a harvest, the honor of the family name. Communication bound this vast city together. A network of professional scribes served those who could not write, drafting letters, contracts, and prayers. A merchant could send a clay tablet letter to his agent in another city, carried by caravan. A wife could dictate a message to her husband away on business. These personal letters, often with envelopes of clay baked around them, reveal the timeless human concerns: anxiety about health, gossip about neighbors, instructions for managing the household. They remind us that behind the imposing facades of state and temple, Babylon was a city of individuals writing their own stories, one careful cuneiform wedge at a time. The spiritual life of the common citizen was often more immediate than the grand state rituals of Marduk. Homes had their own shrines for personal gods and ancestor spirits. People wore amulets to ward off demons and sought blessings from local healers. The great festivals, like the New Year, were public spectacles that united the city, but daily piety was a household affair. This blend of monumental state religion and intimate domestic practice created a rich spiritual tapestry. It offered a framework for understanding both the glory of the empire and the personal sorrow of a sick child. The true legacy of daily life in Babylon is not in its vanished streets, but in its mountains of paperwork. Every transaction, every loan, every marriage, and every court case was recorded on clay. These tablets, baked hard in the very sun that shone on the city, survived where wood, papyrus, and fabric perished. They are the ultimate democratizers of history. While kings boasted of conquests on stones to lie, these humble documents tell the stories of the merchants, the farmers, the wives, and the slaves. They reveal a society that was complex, litigious, entrepreneurial, and deeply human. They show us a city that was not just a stage for legends, but a home for people navigating the universal challenges of survival, prosperity, and meaning. So, the Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar was a place of staggering scale and intimate detail. It was a global capital and a neighborhood of close-knit families. It was a temple to mighty Marduk and a home to personal household gods. Its economy ran on silver and credit, but its people believed in the power of incantations. It was a city of hard-headed commerce and profound spirituality, existing not as opposites, but as intertwined strands of the same reality. This was the living, breathing human engine that powered the empire, that built the monuments, and that ultimately made Babylon not just a wonder of the world, but a home for the world. And it is within this context of a thriving, densely populated, and astonishingly modern metropolis that we confront one of history's most beautiful and perplexing questions. A question that moves us from the solid ground of daily life into the realm of elusive wonder. For among these bustling streets and crowded homes, ancient sources insist there once rose a structure of impossible greenery, a mountain of gardens built in the air. The legend calls us next to the greatest mystery of the ancient world, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Imagine a garden that defied the desert. A mountain of green, built by human hands, rising above a city of sun-baked brick. A cascade of terraces heavy with cedar and cypress, with vines and fruit trees, with flowers whose perfume drifted down to the streets below. For 2,000 years, This has been the enduring image of Babylon's greatest wonder, a paradise suspended in the air. A gift of love from a king to a homesick queen. It is a story so vivid, so deeply embedded in our imagination of the ancient world, that its truth feels assured. We can almost see it. We can almost smell the damp earth and the blossoming pomegranates. But to step from that lush vision into the dry, archaeological reality of Babylon is to enter a profound and unsettling silence. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon hold a unique and paradoxical status. They are the only one of the fabled 7 wonders of the ancient world for which archaeologists have found no trace. No definitive ruins, no shattered reliefs depicting tiered greenery. Not a single unambiguous mention in the thousands of cuneiform tablets recovered from the city itself. This absence is not just puzzling, it is deafening. We know the precise dimensions of the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus from its footprint. We can calculate the height of the Colossus of Rhodes from historical accounts and the size of its harbour. For the gardens, we have only second-hand stories and a giant, echoing void where evidence should be. This silence is especially strange because the king credited with their creation, Nebuchadnezzar II, was a compulsive documentarian of his own glory. His bricks are stamped with his name. His inscriptions boast of palaces, temples, and walls. He recorded the restoration of canals and the dedication of statues. If he built a wonder to rival the pyramids, why would he never mention it? The mystery begins not with a discovery, but with this conspicuous, stubborn lack of one. Our entire knowledge of the gardens comes from visitors who arrived centuries too late. Greek and Roman historians like Diodorus Siculus, Strabo, and Quintus Curtius Rufus wrote about Babylon when it was already a fading legend under Macedonian or Parthian rule. They were tourists of a sort, compiling stories from guides who may have been more interested in a good tale than a strict fact. Their accounts vary in the details but agree on a wondrous core. They describe a massive, square terraced structure, like a stepped pyramid built of stone, an unusual choice in brick-loving Babylon. Each terrace was a garden, planted with every kind of tree, a miniature forest lifted into the sky. The supporting columns and vaults beneath were hollow, containing royal apartments. And the whole miraculous edifice was kept alive by a hidden, ingenious water system. As for why it was built, the historians offer a romantic human motive. A Babylonian king, they say, created this artificial mountain for his wife, a princess from the green, rugged lands of Media or Persia. She pined for the forests of her homeland, and so her husband commanded the desert to bloom. The engineering described is as breathtaking as the romance. Maintaining a large, elevated garden in the heart of a desert city presented a problem of heroic scale. Water had to be lifted from the Euphrates River, not just to ground level, but to the topmost terrace, potentially over 100 feet in the air. The volume required would have been enormous, a constant flow to combat the relentless evaporation of the Mesopotamian sun. Ancient sources suggest 2 solutions. One involves an army of slaves, operating chains of shaddufs, those counterweighted buckets on poles, day and night, passing water from one level to the next in an endless, back-breaking cycle. The other, mentioned specifically by Strabo, is more intriguing, a mechanical screw pump. This device, later associated with the Greek inventor Archimedes, could theoretically lift water efficiently in a continuous spiral. If the gardens existed as described, and if they used such a pump, it would represent a staggering technological leap, an innovation centuries ahead of its time. The very feasibility of the gardens is a debate that hinges on hydraulic engineering. Could it have been done? Perhaps. But the scale of the operation would have been a wonder in itself, a hidden machine of staggering complexity groaning beneath the perfumed greenery. The man who dedicated his life to finding Babylon's physical truth also searched desperately for the gardens. German archaeologist Robert Koldewey led excavations at the site from 1899 to 1917. He uncovered the Ishtar Gate, traced the Processional Way, and mapped the vast palaces. And in the corner of Nebuchadnezzar's sprawling northern palace, he found a curious structure. It had unusually thick walls and, most promisingly, a series of vaulted underground chambers built with rare stone. Nearby, he uncovered a well with a triple shaft design that could have housed a chain pump. Koldewey was convinced he had found the legendary foundation. He published his theory to worldwide acclaim. The mystery, it seemed, was solved, but later analysis has been merciless. The vaulted chambers, far from being shady grottos, show no signs of moisture or the waterproofing essential for a garden foundation. They are more consistent with a massive storage facility or an administrative archive. The well could have served the palace's mundane needs. Koldewey's identification, born of hope and the weight of expectation, is now widely rejected by archaeologists. His discoveries only deepen the mystery, proving how easily a powerful story can shape what. The ground at Babylon holds another, more literal secret. The water table here is perilously high. As one digs down through the layers of history, through Nebuchadnezzar's era and back to Hammurabi's time, the trenches inevitably fill with water. This isn't a seasonal nuisance, it's a permanent barrier. The earliest levels of the city, the very foundations upon which Nebuchadnezzar built, are permanently waterlogged. They lie in a silent, inaccessible twilight, preserved but invisible. This presents a haunting possibility. If the Hanging Gardens were a real structure, and if they were built earlier than Nebuchadnezzar's reign, or on a site that was later submerged by a rising water table, they may not be lost to time. They may be lost to water. They could be down there still, intact but unseen, their stonework shrouded in silt, their irrigation channels filled not with life-giving water, but with the stagnant, dark water of the underground. The garden, in this scenario, is not vanished, it is drowned. It is an archaeological ghost, present but forever just out of reach, making the search for it not just difficult, but potentially impossible. And what of the human heart at the center of the legend, the homesick queen for whom this paradise was forged? Some sources name her Ametis, daughter of the Median king Cyaxares. The political marriage between Nebuchadnezzar and this Median princess would have cemented a powerful alliance. The story of her longing for forested mountains is a beautiful, universal tale of displacement and love's grand gesture. It makes the wonder human. Yet, like the garden itself, Ametis vanishes under scrutiny. She does not appear in any contemporary Babylonian record. No marriage treaty, no dedicatory inscription, no mention in the meticulous administrative tablets that note the arrival and provisioning of foreign dignitaries. Her existence is attested only in the later Greek histories that also give us the gardens. It is as if queen and garden are a package deal, a single romantic legend that grew in the telling, each detail supporting the other. A king needs a motive for such an extravagant act. What better motive than love for a stranger in a strange land? The story completes itself with a symmetry that history often lacks. So we are left with a beautiful, persistent phantom, a wonder built from words, not bricks. The absence of evidence has fueled endless speculation. Perhaps the gardens were purely a literary invention, a Greek traveller's exaggeration of a royal rooftop garden. Perhaps they were real, but destroyed so utterly that not a trace remained. Or perhaps, and this is the most tantalizing possibility of all, the classical writers who described them were not wrong, but they were simply looking in the wrong city. What if the Hanging Gardens were never in Babylon at all? This is not a modern contrivance. The puzzle has demanded a radical solution, one that would explain the Babylonian silence and satisfy the ancient descriptions. It requires looking north, up the Tigris River, to Babylon's ancient rival and sometimes overlord, the Assyrian Empire. to a different king, a different capital, and a different set of cuneiform inscriptions that speak, not of love, but of imperial power and hydrological genius. The answer to Babylon's greatest mystery may lie in the heart of Assyria. For centuries, the Hanging Gardens have floated in our imagination, a mirage of green in a desert of uncertainty. They are the ghost at the feast of ancient wonders, described in vivid detail yet leaving no physical trace where they are supposed to be. The silence from Babylon itself is deafening. No king's inscription boasts of them, no foundation stone bears their plan. It is a historical puzzle that has long seemed unsolvable, a beautiful story perhaps too beautiful to be true. But what if we have simply been looking in the wrong place? What if the answer to the mystery lies not in the sun-baked plains of central Iraq, but 500 kilometers to the north, in the heart of a different empire entirely? In 2013, a quiet revolution in Assyriology was published. Oxford scholar Stephanie Dalley presented a hypothesis so radical, it reframed the entire mystery. Her book argued the Hanging Gardens were never in Babylon at all. They were built in Nineveh, the formidable capital of the Assyrian Empire. The builder was not the benevolent Nebuchadnezzar for a homesick wife, but the fearsome Sennacherib, around 700 BCE. This king was famous for sacking Babylon, not beautifying it. Dalley's proposal was not mere speculation. It was a forensic reassembly of evidence that had been in plain sight for over a century, evidence that suddenly made sense of the Babylonian silence. If the gardens were Assyrian, their absence from Babylonian records is no longer puzzling. It is exactly what we should expect. Dalley's central evidence comes from the words of Sennacherib himself. A series of his own cuneiform inscriptions, carved into stone and clay, describe the creation of an extraordinary garden at his palace in Nineveh. The language is precise and boastful, as Assyrian royal inscriptions always are. He speaks of a wonder for all peoples. He describes building a terrace, a replica of a mountain, planted with every type of aromatic tree and fruit tree from across his vast empire. He details an innovative irrigation system that lifted water to great heights. The parallels to the later Greek descriptions are striking. They speak of terraces, exotic flora, and mechanical water-lifting devices. Here, in the voice of a king who lived 2 centuries before Nebuchadnezzar, was a detailed blueprint for a hanging garden. It was not a Greek traveler's tale. It was an Assyrian monarch's recorded achievement. The technological heart of Sennacherib's garden was its water supply, and here the evidence moves from text to tangible stone. To feed his palace and his gardens, Sennacherib ordered the construction of a monumental aqueduct. Its purpose was to channel water from mountain springs over 50 kilometers away, directly to the citadel of Nineveh. This was not a simple canal. It was an engineered marvel designed to maintain a constant flow across uneven terrain. The scale of the ambition was pure Assyrian imperial power, applied not just to conquest, but to creation. It represented a logistical and architectural effort that few civilizations of the time could even conceive, let alone execute. That aqueduct still stands. At a place called Jeruan, near the modern Iraqi town of Ain Sifni, the landscape is crossed by a silent stone giant. Built around 690 BCE, the Jeruan aqueduct stretches for 2 kilometers. It is constructed from over 2 million carefully dressed limestone blocks. It carried water across a valley on a series of pointed arches, a technique that would become a hallmark of Roman engineering centuries later. Walking along its length today, you are tracing the artery that fed Sennacherib's vision. This is not a hypothetical system described in a text. It is physical proof of the capacity and the will to move water on a colossal scale for a royal garden. It is one of the oldest surviving aqueducts in the world, and it points unequivocally to Nineveh. How, then, did the gardens become associated with Babylon? Dalley argues the confusion is rooted in language and politics. After the Assyrian Empire fell, the Greek historians who wrote about these wonders used names loosely. Babylon became a shorthand for the entire, magnificent, and somewhat mythical region of Mesopotamia. Furthermore, there was a potent historical irony at work. Sennacherib was the king who had brutally razed Babylon to the ground in 689 BCE. In the centuries that followed, as Babylon rose again under Nebuchadnezzar, a transfer of glory may have occurred. Later writers, perhaps deliberately, perhaps through error, took the most spectacular achievement of the hated Assyrian destroyer and credited it to the more famous and celebrated Babylonian restorer. The gardens of the tyrant were reborn as a gift of love from the great builder king. The Nineveh hypothesis is elegant and compelling, but it is not the final word. It has not been universally accepted by the scholarly community. Critics point out that the classical sources, like Berossus and Strabo, are quite specific in placing the gardens in Babylon. They name Nebuchadnezzar and his Median wife. A simple geographical confusion over 500 kilometers seems, to some, too great a leap. Other scholars scrutinize Sennacherib's inscriptions. While they undeniably describe a spectacular terraced garden, do they match all the specific details of the Greek accounts? The exact mechanics of the water screw, the precise architectural form of the vaulted terraces, the Assyrian texts are majestic, but not a perfect one-to-one match. The absence of evidence in Babylon is powerful, but absence alone is not proof of presence elsewhere. What we are left with is a genuine, living, historical debate. This is one of those rare and fascinating cases where the evidence is ambiguous enough for serious, respected scholars to hold diametrically opposed positions. On one side, the traditional view holds firm to the classical tradition, awaiting a future discovery in Babylon that may yet vindicate it. On the other, the revisionist view builds a strong case from Assyrian engineering and royal propaganda. The Hanging Gardens, therefore, are more than a mystery of missing stones. They have become a case study in how we write ancient history. They force us to weigh the reliability of later literary sources against contemporary archaeological and textual evidence. They make us question how legends are born and how they travel. Consider the human reality behind both possibilities. In Babylon, if the gardens existed, they would have been an act of astonishing logistical charity, a mountain built for love in a flat land. In Nineveh, they were an act of imperial power, a display of dominance over nature itself. Sennacherib's inscriptions are not about nostalgia for a wife's homeland, they are about collecting the world. He writes of gathering trees from conquered lands, pines from the north, ebony from the south, cotton from the east. His garden was a living map of his empire, a botanical tribute to his might. This fundamental difference in motive is crucial. It changes the emotional color of the wonder entirely. The debate also highlights the fragile chain of transmission that brings the ancient world to us. A Babylonian or Assyrian engineer's achievement is recorded in cuneiform. Centuries later, a Greek soldier or historian sees the result, or hears a tale of it. He writes it down in his own language, for his own audience. His manuscript is copied and recopied, translated and excerpted. Centuries more pass before modern scholars rediscover both the Greek text and the original cuneiform. It is a miracle anything survives at all. That the descriptions align as closely as they do, whether speaking of Babylon or Nineveh, is itself remarkable. It suggests a kernel of magnificent truth at the heart of the legend. For the visitor to Iraq today, the physical legacy of each hypothesis is starkly different. At Babylon, you walk through the reconstructed footprint of Nebuchadnezzar's city, a place of profound historical gravity, but you find no hint of the gardens. At Nineveh, across the Tigris from Mosul, you can see the vast outlines of Sennacherib's palace. and at Gerwen, you can stand on the aqueduct. You can touch the stones of the system that made a hanging garden possible. This tangible, engineered reality lends a powerful, silent weight to the Assyrian claim. It is infrastructure on a scale that matches the wonder. Ultimately, the mystery persists because both sides have compelling arguments, and neither has a definitive clincher. No archaeological dig in Babylon has yet yielded a smoking gun, a dedicatory inscription to a garden, a unique water-lifting mechanism. No single Assyrian relief has been found that unmistakably shows the tiered gardens as the Greeks described them. We are left in a space of historical probability, not certainty, and perhaps that is where the story should remain for now. It is a reminder that the past is not a puzzle to be solved once and for all, but a conversation to be continued. The search for the hanging gardens forces us to constantly re-examine our assumptions, to cross-check romantic tales against royal annals, and to follow the evidence wherever it leads, even if it leads us away from the most famous name. This unresolved quest brings us back to a fundamental truth about Babylon and its rivals. Their greatness was built not on myth, but on material mastery. The debate over the gardens is, at its core, a debate about ancient engineering. Whether the water was lifted by Assyrian screws to feed pines in Nineveh, or by Babylonian shaddufs to feed roses in Babylon, the achievement was one of applied human ingenuity. It was about moving earth, moving water, and defying a hostile climate. The legend of the Hanging Gardens, wherever they were, is a tribute to that engineering spirit. It is a story that grew from a seed of real, breathtaking technical accomplishment. So we leave the gardens suspended between two cities, between two empires. And as we turn from this mystery of greenery and water, we must look more closely at the dry, practical reality that made all such wonders possible. The true foundation of Babylon's glory, and indeed of Nineveh's, was not mystery, but mud and brick and labor. It was the systematic, colossal effort of construction that transformed ambitious visions into enduring stone. To understand how legends are born, we must first understand how the world's first great cities were literally built from the ground up. Imagine a city built from the earth itself. Not from quarried stone, not from timber hauled from distant mountains, but from the very silt of the river that gave it life. This was the fundamental truth of Babylon. Its grandeur was not hewn from cliffs, but shaped by human hands, millions upon millions of times over. To raise its walls and gates and temples was to engage in a form of alchemy, transforming mud and water and fire into a metropolis that would define an age. The scale of this transformation is almost beyond comprehension. It was an act of collective will, a symphony of labor and logistics conducted over decades. The story of Babylon's construction is not merely one of kings and architects, but of the anonymous thousands who mixed, molded, stamped, and stacked the physical substance of an empire. The construction program launched by Nebuchadnezzar II was, by any measure, one of the most colossal organized endeavors of the ancient world. It demanded a mobilization of resources that stretched the limits of 6th century BCE logistics. Ancient sources, though prone to exaggeration, suggest a workforce in the tens of thousands. This was not a seasonal gathering of farmers, but a permanent, specialized corps. They were tasked with producing a staggering volume of material, hundreds of millions of sun-dried mud bricks for the vast cores of walls and ziggurats, and tens of millions of precisely fired bricks for the surfaces that would face weather and wear. Beyond brick, there was stone, a rare commodity in the alluvial plain. Limestone and basalt had to be quarried from the north, from lands hundreds of kilometers away, and transported on barges down the Euphrates. This was a supply chain of imperial ambition, moving not just armies but mountains of raw earth and rock to a single, feverish point on the map. The foundation of this entire enterprise was a deceptively simple innovation, the standardized brick. The Neo-Babylonian builders did not work with random lumps of clay. They employed a remarkably consistent unit, measuring approximately 33 centimeters square and 8 centimeters thick. This uniformity was revolutionary. It allowed for precise planning, efficient transport, and rapid assembly. But these bricks carried another, more potent message. Before firing, each one was stamped with the name and titles of the king. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. With this act, a humble building block was transformed into a royal proclamation. Every wall became a continuous inscription, every gate a declaration of power. For archaeologists centuries later, these stamps became a precise calendar. They allow us to trace the growth of the city almost year by year, following the literal imprint of the king's will across the urban landscape. The most dazzling expression of this brick technology was not in the walls, but on them. The brilliant blue skin of the Ishtar gate represented the pinnacle of ancient pyrotechnology. This was not paint applied to a surface, it was color fused into the very fabric of the brick. The process began with molding. Each brick was formed with the raised relief of a dragon or bull already sculpted into its face. Once dried, it faced the fire. The glaze was a sophisticated chemical concoction, primarily silica with fluxes and colorants. The iconic blue came from copper compounds, while details in white, yellow, and brown used other minerals. Firing these glazed bricks was a delicate ballet of heat and timing. The kilns had to reach and maintain a temperature high enough to vitrify the glaze, to make it glass-like, without melting the sculpted details or cracking the brick core. A slight error in the furnace, a miscalculation in the glaze mixture, and the color would turn dull or run. The gate, therefore, was a gallery of thousands of perfect, miniature ceramic sculptures, each one a testament to chemical knowledge and kiln mastery passed down through generations of craftsmen. A city of brick, however, is perilous in a land of water. Babylon's relationship with the Euphrates was its lifeline and its greatest vulnerability. The river's management was an engineering challenge as critical as any wall. The city was deliberately dissected by a network of canals, branching from the main river like arteries. These were multifunctional, highways for transport, sources of drinking water, drains for sanitation, and defensive moats. Maintaining this aquatic web required constant, skilled intervention. A permanent corps of hydraulic specialists would have been at work, dredging silt from channels, repairing canal banks with woven reed mattresses and bitumen, and operating sluice gates to control flow. The outer city was encircled by a massive moat, also fed from the Euphrates. This was not a stagnant ditch, but a managed water barrier, its level carefully regulated. The city, in essence, floated on a human-made island, its existence a daily negotiation with the river that fed it. The Euphrates itself was not left to its own devices within the city walls. Ancient sources, including the historian Herodotus, describe a remarkable feat, a stone bridge connecting the eastern and western halves of Babylon. If accurate, this was one of the earliest permanent bridges of such scale in history. It was said to be supported on boat-shaped piers of baked brick, a design that would better resist the river's current. Even more intriguing are references to weirs and adjustable dams within the river course. These structures would have served to regulate the water level, ensuring the canals remained full but not flooding, and perhaps even creating a calmer basin for the bridge piers and river traffic. This represents a profound level of environmental control. The Babylonians were not just building beside their river, they were actively sculpting its behavior to serve the needs of their urban machine. None of this, not the brick counts, the canal alignments, the bridge spans, could have been achieved without a sophisticated language of numbers. Babylonian mathematics, a legacy of the Sumerians, was a tool as vital as the trowel. Their sexagesimal system, based on 60, gave them a flexible way to handle fractions and large numbers. This was directly applied to the building site. Scribes could calculate the exact volume of clay needed for a wall section, the number of bricks required to fill it, the area of a temple foundation, and the load-bearing capacity of a pier. Surveyors laid out the perfect right angles of sacred precincts using knotted ropes in a 3:4:5 ratio, a practical application of Pythagorean principles, a full millennium before the Greek philosopher was born. Their mathematics was not abstract theory, it was embedded in the mud and the mortar. The evidence of this practical genius survives in artifacts like the famous tablet known as Plimpton 322. This small clay slab, dating from about 1800 BCE, lists a series of numbers that correspond to what we call Pythagorean triples, sets of 3 whole numbers that perfectly describe the sides of a right-angled triangle. This was not a theoretical exercise for a Babylonian scribe. It was a reference tool, a builder's manual. With this knowledge, a surveyor could ensure that the corners of the Ziggurat Etemenanki were perfectly square, that the processional way ran true, that the massive gateways were aligned to the celestial order they sought to emulate. The precision of the city's geometry was a physical manifestation of their cosmic understanding. Every right angle was a prayer in mud brick, a statement that human order could mirror divine order. The coordination required to bring these elements together, the brickmakers, the glazers, the hydraulic engineers, the surveyors, speaks to a highly developed administrative state. Thousands of clay tablets from the period record ration distributions for workers, barley, oil, fish and beer. They note the issuance of tools and the assignments of foremen. This was a society that could calculate not just the bricks for a wall, but the calories needed by the men who would lay them. The logistics of feeding and housing a vast, non-agricultural workforce in one location year-round was an achievement parallel to the construction itself. It required a bureaucracy capable of managing immense flows of grain from the countryside, of pottery for storage, of textiles for clothing. The city rose not just from the labor of hands, but from the meticulous calculations of scribes in dimly lit administrative offices. Consider the journey of a single glazed brick from the Ishtar gate. It began as silt dredged from the Euphrates bank, mixed with chopped straw for strength. It was pressed into a wooden mold carved with the shape of Marduk's dragon, the excess clay scraped away with a wire. The wet brick was stamped with the king's name, then left for days to dry slowly in the shade to prevent cracking. It was then carried to the glazer's workshop, where a master applied the coloured slips with precise brushes. Next, the kiln, a days-long firing in a carefully stacked furnace. The temperature slowly raised and held by experienced fire tenders who read the colour of the flames. Once cooled, the finished brick was inspected, sorted, and transported by barge along the canal network to the construction site at the city's north gate. There, a mason, following a detailed plan, would set it into the growing wall, its neighbour's edge aligned perfectly, its coloured figure taking its place in a divine menagerie that stretched toward the sky. This was the life cycle of a single unit in a city of millions. The sound of Babylon under construction would have been a constant low roar, the slap of wet clay into moulds, the grinding of stones for glazed pigments, the crackle of kiln fires, the shouts of foremen and the rhythmic chants of labourers hauling bricks in baskets, the scrape of sledges on ramps. The Euphrates itself, channeled and sluiced, providing a watery percussion to the symphony. This was not the silent erection of stone monuments. This was an organic, muddy, smoky, and profoundly human process. The city literally emerged from the landscape, its materials sourced from its own riverbanks, its forms dictated by the plastic nature of clay. This intimate connection to the earth may be why Babylon, in legend, feels both monumental and strangely malleable, a city that could almost have grown rather than been built. The legacy of this engineering philosophy extended far beyond physical structures. The Babylonian approach to standardization, to modular construction, to integrated water management, set a template for urbanism in the region for centuries. Their baked brick with stamped inscription became a model for later empires, including the Persians who would soon follow. The mathematical principles encoded in their tablets would travel, albeit indirectly, to influence Greek and later Islamic science. They demonstrated that a city could be a total system, where architecture, infrastructure, and administration were inseparable parts of a single design. Babylon proved that human ambition, when channeled through rigorous organization and applied science, could reshape the very ground it stood upon. Yet, for all its sophistication, this engineered marvel rested on a fragile foundation, the will and resources of the state. The vast bureaucracy, the specialized workforce, the endless supply of rations, all of it flowed from the palace and the temple. The city was a physical expression of Nebuchadnezzar's power, but it was also a voracious consumer of that power. Maintaining the canals, repairing the walls, replenishing the granaries that fed the builders, this was the perpetual cost of Babylon's grandeur. The system was magnificent, but it was not self-sustaining without the driving force of the king. This inherent vulnerability would soon be tested. The very efficiency that built the city would make it a prize. The complex waterworks that sustained life could be turned against it. The mighty walls, stamped with a king's name, would soon face a new power that did not build with bricks, but conquered with tolerance. The engineered wonder of Babylon stood complete, a testament to human genius, awaiting the next turn of history's wheel, when the Persians would arrive not with siege engines, but with a different vision of empire. The city of Babylon had always been a prize. For centuries, its walls had repelled armies, its wealth had tempted conquerors, its very name had signified the pinnacle of earthly power. But empires, like rivers, eventually change course. In the autumn of 539 BCE, a new force approached from the east, not with the blunt trauma of an Assyrian siege, but with the calculated grace of a political masterstroke. The Persian army, led by Cyrus the Great, stood before the greatest fortress in the world, and the gates swung open. The fall of Babylon was not a violent conquest, but a seamless transition. Ancient chronicles describe Cyrus diverting the Euphrates, allowing his men to march along the riverbed into the city under cover of night. Yet the truth was likely more subtle. The last native king, Nabonidus, was deeply unpopular. He had spent years away from Babylon in the Arabian desert, obsessed with the moon god's Sin, while neglecting the all-important cult of Marduk, the city's patron. The priesthood and the people felt abandoned. When Cyrus arrived, he came not as a destroyer, but as a liberator sent by the god himself. His propaganda was immortalized on a humble object of baked clay, a document that would echo through millennia. This is the Cyrus cylinder. Discovered in the ruins of Babylon in 1879, it is a modest artifact, barely the size of a rugby ball. But its words were world-changing. In the flowing Akkadian script, Cyrus declares that Marduk, the supreme god of Babylon, searched all lands for a righteous ruler. He found Cyrus, took him by the hand, and called him to enter his city of Babylon without battle. The text paints Cyrus as a restorer of order, chastising Nabonidus for his impiety. It is a brilliant piece of political theatre, a conqueror adopting the language and theology of the conquered to legitimize his rule. For the people of Babylon, weary of their absent king, it was a compelling narrative. The Persian entered not as a foreign invader, but as a divinely ordained successor. The cylinder makes another, more famous proclamation. Cyrus states he returned to their sanctuaries, the gods who had lived there, and gathered all their people and restored them to their homes. This policy of restoration, of reversing the brutal Assyrian and Babylonian practice of mass deportation, was revolutionary. It was under this decree that the Jewish exiles, held in Babylon since Nebuchadnezzar's sack of Jerusalem decades before, were permitted to return to Judah and rebuild their temple. For this, the cylinder has been hailed as an ancient charter of human rights. The term is anachronistic, a modern ideal projected onto an ancient text. Cyrus was not motivated by abstract human dignity, but by pragmatic statecraft. A stable empire required loyal subjects, and returning gods and people to their homelands was a powerful tool of pacification. Yet its impact was real. For the exiled communities scattered across Mesopotamia, it was an act of profound deliverance. For nearly 2 centuries, Babylon lived under Persian rule. It remained one of the empire's most splendid capitals, a satrapal seat of immense wealth and administrative importance. The Persians were shrewd administrators. They left the city's temples and rituals largely undisturbed, collecting taxes but respecting local custom. The Great Processional Way still saw the statue of Marduk carried during the New Year festival, but a subtle shift had occurred. Babylon was no longer the center of the world. It was now a node in a vast network stretching from the Aegean to the Indus River. The royal court was at Susa, at Persepolis. The flow of imperial attention, and with it the flow of trade and ambition, began to bypass the ancient city on the Euphrates. The long, slow sunset of Babylon's political supremacy had begun. Then, 2 centuries later, a storm from the west arrived with breathtaking speed. In October of 31 BCE, Alexander the Great shattered the Persian army at Gaugamela. The Achaemenid Empire crumbled. Alexander marched south towards the legendary city. He expected a fight. What he received was a triumph. The gates of Babylon were thrown open once more. The Macedonian king, just 24 years old, entered not as a conqueror, but as a welcomed heir. The Babylonian priesthood, perhaps remembering the smooth transition under Cyrus, saw in the brilliant young Greek another instrument of divine will. They led him in procession along the sacred way. The city captivated Alexander. After years of relentless campaigning across the Persian Empire, he found in Babylon not just a conquest, but a vision. He walked the processional way. He ascended the Ziggurat Etemenanki. He sacrificed to Marduk in the Esagila temple according to Babylonian rite. In the sprawling palace of Nebuchadnezzar, he began to dream. He ordered the great ziggurat, which had fallen into disrepair, to be cleared of rubble and rebuilt. He planned to make Babylon the nerve center of his new global empire, a fusion of Greek and Eastern culture. He drafted plans for a vast harbor to support a fleet that would conquer Arabia. The city, which had adapted to Persian masters, now buzzed with the energy of a Greek Renaissance. Thousands of Macedonian and Greek soldiers, administrators, and merchants flooded in, adding a new layer to the ancient metropolis. But Alexander's dream for Babylon was to be tragically brief. After a decade of campaigning in the farthest reaches of India, he returned to the city in 323 BCE. He was planning his next campaign, reviewing his fleet, his ambition undimmed. Then he fell ill. The accounts are contradictory: a fever brought on by a bout of excessive drinking, a lingering wound, malaria, typhoid, even whispered rumors of poison. What is certain is the location. The fever took him in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar, in a room that had once housed the greatest king of Babylon. In June of 323 BCE, at the age of 32, Alexander the Great died. The man who sought to unite the world passed away in the city that had once been its center. Babylon's legacy was now forever intertwined with the death of a legend. The chaos that followed Alexander's death sealed the city's fate. His empire was torn apart by his generals, the Diadochi, who fought over its pieces for decades. Babylon became a strategic pawn in their wars, repeatedly besieged and changing hands. The constant instability was devastating. Then came the final, decisive blow. Seleucus I Nicator, one of Alexander's successors, founded a new capital. He chose a virgin site on the Tigris River, about 90 kilometers north of Babylon. He named it Seleucia. It was designed as a gleaming Greek city with modern grids, theatres and harbours. With royal decree and economic incentive, he encouraged, and likely compelled, the population of Babylon to relocate. The slow exodus began. The lifeblood of a city is its people, and they were being systematically drawn away. By the 1st century BCE, the process was nearly complete. Seleucia thrived as a Hellenistic metropolis. Babylon, the city of Hammurabi and Nebuchadnezzar, was fading. The Euphrates River, its life-giving artery, began to shift its course away from the city walls, turning the canals to mud and the fields to dust. Without a population to maintain them, the monumental buildings began to decay. Then, they became a quarry. The great walls of Nebuchadnezzar, the baked bricks of Etemenanki, the very glazed tiles of the Ishtar gate were too valuable to leave in place. They were systematically pried loose and carried off to build newer houses, newer towns, newer dreams. What war and conquest could not achieve, neglect, and the slow theft of stone accomplished. The city that had defined empire for over 1,000 years was being dismantled, brick by stamped brick. The processional way lay silent, the roars of the lion bricks muted under drifts of desert sand. The sacred precinct of Esagila, where the statue of Marduk had been fed and clothed, stood open to the sky. Babylon was becoming a memory, a collection of vast, shapeless mounds rising from the alluvial plain. The knowledge of what it had been, the laws, the stories, the precise alignment of its streets, faded into legend, preserved only in scattered biblical prophecies and the accounts of Greek historians. The physical city was returning to the earth from which it was built, leaving behind only whispers in the wind and fragments in the soil. The story of Babylon under Persian and Greek rule is the story of a city learning to live as a subject, then as a relic. It adapted to survive Cyrus, it inspired Alexander, and it was ultimately abandoned by his successors. Its political power evaporated, but its symbolic weight only grew heavier. The empty shell left on the plains of Iraq was not the end of Babylon, it was merely the closing of one chapter. For centuries, the great mounds near the town of Hilla would hide the city's physical truth, giving rise to wild speculation and romantic myth. The real Babylon, the city of bricks and ledgers and daily life, was waiting. It lay buried under layers of time and legend, a puzzle for a future age. The task of separating the city from the myth, of finding the reality beneath the rubble, would fall to men with shovels, patience, and a new kind of curiosity. The process of unburying that truth would be as dramatic and contentious as any of Babylon's conquests. It would involve imperial rivalries, archaeological triumphs, and a constant struggle to interpret the silent testimony of shattered bricks and fragmented tablets. The city that had been built by kings would be resurrected by scholars, its story pieced together from 1,000,000 fragments scattered across the museums of the world. The next chapter of Babylon's long life was about to begin, not in the palaces of emperors, but in the trenches of excavators. For centuries, the city existed only as a ghost in the sand. A name in ancient texts, a symbol in scripture, a whisper of towers and gardens lost to time. The very ground seemed to have swallowed it whole. Then, in the dry heat of an Iraqi spring, a man knelt in the dust. He was not looking for gold or jewels. He was looking for the color of mud. He was tracing, with infinite patience, the subtle difference between one patch of earth and another. This is how a legend began to re-enter the world. Not with a dramatic discovery, but with the careful, painstaking work of separating fact from fiction, brick from soil, history from myth. This is the story of how Babylon was found, and what was done to it once it was. European awareness of the city's location was a slow dawn. From the 16th century onward, travelers and scholars, armed with classical texts and the Bible, began to connect the dots. They stood before the immense silent mounds near the town of Hilla in Ottoman Iraq. They picked up fragments of glazed brick bearing the name of Nebuchadnezzar. The local name for the largest mound, Babel, was the final clue. The gate of the gods was not lost, it was buried. But knowing where to dig and knowing how to dig are two very different things. For another 300 years, the site suffered from treasure hunters and haphazard probes. It was a quarry for souvenirs, not a subject for science. That changed at the turn of the 20th century, with the arrival of a man who saw architecture where others saw only dirt. In March of 1899, Robert Koldewey arrived at the mounds of Babylon. He was there on behalf of the German Oriental Society, and he would not leave for 18 years. His mission was systematic, funded by the Kaiser's government, and driven by a new archaeological philosophy. While many of his contemporaries were trophy hunters, chasing stone sculptures and precious objects, Koldewey was fascinated by the city itself. He understood that Babylon was built of mud brick, the most humble and ubiquitous of ancient materials. He developed a revolutionary technique. By carefully scraping horizontal sections and watching for the subtle change in texture and color where sun-dried brick met the surrounding soil fill, he could trace the outlines of walls, rooms, and entire streets. He called it the Walshless method. It was archaeology as meticulous draftsmanship. Koldewey's methods were advanced for his time, a triumph of patience over plunder. He recognized that the true wonder of Babylon was not in isolated artifacts, but in its urban fabric. His team uncovered the Processional Way, its lion-lined walls emerging from the earth. They found the foundations of the Isagila temple, and then they made the discovery that would define the dig, the Ishtar Gate. Not as a standing monument, but as a colossal jigsaw puzzle of shattered glazed bricks, tumbled into heaps where the gatehouse had collapsed. Koldewey's decision was momentous. He would not merely record it. He would lift it, piece by numbered piece, and ship it to Berlin for reconstruction. This act encapsulates the duality of his work. By modern standards, his excavation was profoundly destructive. Enormous volumes of stratigraphy, the layered history of the city, were removed with only basic recording. Contexts were lost forever. But he also saved the gate from complete disintegration, preserving its glory for the world, yet removing it from its world. The excavation of Babylon produced one of the most significant collections of ancient artifacts ever assembled. But that collection was immediately scattered. The Ishtar Gate and Processional Way went to the Pergamon Museum in Berlin. Thousands of cuneiform tablets, cylinder seals, and sculptures were divided, as was the custom of the era, between the excavators and the Ottoman authorities. They flowed into museums in London, Paris, Istanbul, and across North America. This dispersal is a direct reflection of the colonial archaeology of the early 20th century. It was a harvest, shared among the great institutions of the West. For decades, this meant Babylon's treasures were safe, studied, and displayed. But it also meant the physical heart of Babylonian culture was ripped from its homeland. The legacy of this division would echo through the tumultuous century to come, as Iraq itself emerged as a modern nation, seeking to reclaim its own past. The Iraq Museum in Baghdad was meant to be the new guardian of that past. It housed an unparalleled collection from the cradle of civilization, including countless Babylonian treasures that had remained in the country. Then, in April of 2003, in the chaotic aftermath of the US-led invasion, the museum was left unguarded. For 48 hours, looters ran rampant. They smashed display cases, tore artifacts from shelves, and ransacked storage rooms. When the dust settled, over 15,000 items were gone. Babylonian cylinder seals, inscribed bricks, terracotta reliefs, small, portable, and immensely valuable on the black market, were among the losses. It was a cultural catastrophe that shocked the world. While an international recovery effort eventually brought thousands of pieces back, the damage was done. The episode was a brutal reminder that the fate of ancient Babylon remained inextricably, tragically entangled with modern political violence. But the violence was not confined to museum walls. The archaeological site of Babylon itself became a casualty. Later in 2003, coalition forces, seeking a secure base, chose the ancient city. They constructed a forward operating base, Camp Alpha, directly atop the ruins. Heavy armored vehicles drove over ancient processional ways. Acres of ground were leveled and covered with gravel for helicopter landing pads and parking lots. A fuel depot was dug into archaeologically sensitive areas. Soldiers, it was reported, filled sandbags with soil rich in pottery shards and fragments of brick, unknowingly using 3,000-year-old history as ballistic protection. The damage was not malicious, but it was profound. It represented a failure of cultural awareness in the fog of war, a physical imposition of the 21st century onto the fragile skin of the 6th century BCE. A UNESCO report later documented the destruction in detail: cracking and collapse of ancient walls from vibration, contamination of the site with foreign materials, the irreversible loss of archaeological context. Babylon became the most discussed case of wartime heritage damage in a generation. It sparked global outrage and a painful debate about the responsibilities of an occupying power. The very name Babylon, once a symbol of ancient power, now became a symbol of modern neglect. The city that had survived the sackings of Assyrians and Persians found itself vulnerable in a new kind of conflict, where the threat was not deliberate erasure, but catastrophic indifference. From this low point, however, a new chapter began. Since 2009, the site has been the focus of a major international conservation and management project. Iraqi archaeologists, working with experts from around the world, have undertaken the painstaking work of assessment and stabilization. The goal shifted from excavation to preservation, from discovery to protection. This long, difficult effort culminated in 2019, when the site of Babylon was finally inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. The inscription was not a simple celebration, it was an acknowledgement. The official statement noted the site had already suffered significant damage and that its preservation would require sustained international cooperation and care. It was a listing with a warning, a recognition of past mistakes, and a commitment to a more careful future. The story of Babylon's archaeology is a mirror of our changing relationship with the past. It began with the colonial-era extraction of masterpieces, evolved through the destructive yet disciplined methods of pioneers like Coldway, suffered the ravages of war and looting, and is now engaged in a fragile, collaborative project of stewardship. Each layer of earth removed revealed not just the city of Nebuchadnezzar, but the ambitions and failings of those who sought it. The site today is a palimpsest. The ancient walls bear the scars of modern war. The empty foundations in Iraq face their reconstructed facades in Berlin. It is a place of profound contradiction, where the myth of the city is now forever intertwined with the history of its recovery. What, then, remains? Not just crumbling brick and gaping foundations. The true yield of Babylon's archaeology was never merely the stones, but the words. While Coldway's teams dug, they uncovered the city's physical skeleton. But it was the countless clay tablets, buried in administrative archives and library rooms, that gave that skeleton a mind and a voice. These fragile rectangles of inscribed earth survived fire, collapse, and millennia of burial. They contain law codes, epic poetry, astronomical observations, and endless commercial receipts. They are the tangible thoughts of the Babylonian people. To understand the city behind the legend, we must finally listen to that voice. We must turn from the grand monuments to the humble script, from the architecture of power to the written record of a civilization's mind. The journey from myth to mud brick has been long and fraught. We have seen the city rise from the earth in fragments, only to be scarred by the very century that rediscovered it. Yet, the act of digging through legend was never just about finding walls, it was about finding context. It was about grounding the towering stories of Babel and the hanging gardens in the tangible reality of standardized bricks, administrative receipts, and the painstaking work of a German archaeologist's trowel. The archaeology of Babylon teaches us that legends are born from real achievements, but they are sustained by their distance from us. Each layer of soil removed brings us closer, not to a simplified truth, but to a more complex and human reality. The city was not a paradise or a den of iniquity. It was a place where people lived, worked, prayed, and built on a scale that would inspire awe for centuries. The final, and perhaps greatest, discovery at Babylon is this understanding itself. The work continues, no longer to extract, but to comprehend and to protect. The gate of the gods is open, but now we must learn to walk through it with care. Imagine a world where words are not written but pressed, where the fundamental act of recording thought begins not with ink on papyrus, but with a reed stylus in damp clay. This was the world of Mesopotamia, a world of tangible memory. The very medium was heavy, permanent, and unforgiving. A mistake could be smoothed over, but the record remained physical, a small tablet that could be held in the palm, stored in a basket, buried for millennia, and still speak. This was cuneiform. It began, like so many human inventions, with necessity. Around 3200 BCE, in the burgeoning cities of Sumer, administrators needed to account for grain, livestock, and trade. They started with simple pictographs, pictures of things. But over centuries, those pictures simplified, abstracted, and evolved. The wedge-shaped impression of a reed tit became the basic unit. Combinations of these wedges could represent sounds, ideas, whole words. What began as an accounting tool grew into one of history's most resilient and versatile scripts. For over 3,000 years, it was the vehicle for languages across the Near East. It recorded the hymns of Sumerian priests, the laws of Hammurabi, the treaties of Hittite kings, and the letters of Assyrian merchants. It was a system so deeply embedded in the fabric of civilization that its use outlived empires and languages, a silent, clay-bound thread connecting millennia. Its decipherment is a story of modern intellectual adventure, a puzzle solved on a cliff face. For centuries, the strange wedge-shaped inscriptions on Mesopotamian ruins were utterly mute. The key was a monumental trilingual proclamation carved on a near-inaccessible cliff at Behistun in western Iran, commissioned by the Persian king Darius the Great. Like the Rosetta Stone, it presented the same text in three cuneiform scripts: Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian. In the 1840s, a British army officer and diplomat named Henry Rawlinson undertook a perilous mission. He was lowered on ropes to copy the immense inscription, risking his life to make paper impressions of the ancient words. Working separately, scholars like Edward Hincks in Ireland began to crack the code. They identified proper names, then grammatical structures. It was a colossal, collaborative intellectual feat. One by one, the wedges yielded their sounds. The ancient languages began to whisper, then to speak. The world of Babylon, known only from the Bible and Greek historians, suddenly gained its own voice. This was not a discovery of gold or treasure, but of consciousness itself. The Babylonian mind was no longer a mystery. It was an archive waiting to be read. That mind was voracious, systematic, and deeply curious. The Babylonian scribal tradition was not merely administrative, it was the engine of a sophisticated scholarly culture. Scribes trained for years in schools called edubas, mastering the complex cuneiform signs, the extinct Sumerian language, and vast bodies of knowledge. They produced and copied texts on everything from omens and medicine to mathematics and grammar. The greatest repository of this tradition was not in Babylon itself, but in the library assembled by the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal at Nineveh in the 7th century BCE. Ashurbanipal, uniquely literate among Mesopotamian kings, was a collector. He sent scribes throughout his empire, especially to Babylon, to copy and gather tablets. His library held over 30,000 of them, meticulously organized by subject. When it was rediscovered by British archaeologists in the 1850s, the impact was seismic. Here was not a king's boastful annals, but the working library of an ancient civilization. The discovery transformed the ancient Near East from a land of mute ruins into a documented, intellectual universe. We could now read their diagnoses for illness, their calculations for building a canal, their prayers, their contracts, their fears. Among those thousands of tablets, one find would resonate around the world. In 1872, a young curator in the British Museum named George Smith was sorting through fragments from Nineveh. He was piecing together a broken series of tablets that told a story far older than Homer. As he worked, a particular line of text leapt out at him. It described a ship caught in a great storm, a bird released to find land, a mountain where the vessel came to rest. He had found the Babylonian flood story, part of a much larger epic. In his excitement, Smith reportedly ran around the room and, in a state of undress, began shouting. He had discovered Tablet XI of the Epic of Gilgamesh. The public sensation was immediate and profound. Here was a narrative that predated the biblical book of Genesis by well over 1,000 years, yet contained a strikingly parallel account of a divinely sent deluge. But Gilgamesh was far more than a precursor. It is humanity's oldest surviving literary epic, a story that feels astonishingly modern. It follows the arrogant king Gilgamesh of Uruk, his profound friendship with the wild man Enkidu, his desperate, futile quest for immortality after Enkidu's death, and his final, hard-won acceptance of human limits. Its themes, friendship, grief, the defiance of mortality, are timeless. To read it is to hear a voice from the dawn of cities speaking directly about what it means to be human. The Babylonian intellect applied the same relentless observation to the heavens as it did to human affairs. Their astronomical texts represent one of the supreme intellectual achievements of the ancient world. For centuries, priest astronomers in temples like the Isagila in Babylon meticulously recorded celestial events on clay tablets. They noted the movements of planets, the phases of the moon, the appearances of comets. They were not merely stargazers, they were data scientists. From these centuries of records, they discerned patterns invisible to a single lifetime. They calculated the recurring cycles of lunar eclipses, the so-called Saros cycle, with remarkable accuracy. They developed complex mathematical models to predict planetary positions, using a base 60 number system that gives us our 60-minute hour and 360-degree circle. This was not abstract science for its own sake. It was deeply tied to the belief that the gods wrote messages in the sky, messages that could foretell the fate of the king and the kingdom. But the method was rigorously empirical. This Babylonian mathematical astronomy was later transmitted to the Greek world, likely after Alexander's conquest. It fundamentally influenced figures like Hipparchus and Ptolemy, forming the bedrock upon which the entire Western and Islamic astronomical tradition was built. The watch you wear, the coordinates you use, are heirs to Babylonian observations made under the clear desert night sky. This culture of knowledge thrived in a crucible of languages. Ancient Babylon was a multilingual hub. The sacred, classical language was Sumerian, long dead as a spoken tongue but preserved in liturgy and scholarship, much like Latin in medieval Europe. The daily language of administration and literature was Akkadian, in its Babylonian dialect. By the time of Nebuchadnezzar, Aramaic, written with an alphabetic script on parchment or papyrus, was becoming the common language of the street and the marketplace. This linguistic layering was a source of immense intellectual creativity. Scribes produced vast bilingual dictionaries and grammatical lists, translating Sumerian phrases into Akkadian. They wrote commentaries on canonical texts, explaining obscure words and interpreting ambiguous omens. This tradition of meticulous textual scholarship, preserving, translating, and interpreting a revered ancient corpus, established a model that would echo through history. It is a direct ancestor of the rabbinical tradition of Talmudic commentary, which began among Jewish scholars in Babylon itself during the exile. It later influenced the Islamic tradition of tafsir, or Quranic exegesis. The Babylonian mind did not just record information, it built systems to understand, transmit, and debate it across languages and generations. Their greatest invention may not have been the wedge, but the footnote. The decipherment of cuneiform was, therefore, more than an academic triumph. It was a historical revolution. The work of Rawlinson, Hincks, and others across Europe in the mid-19th century did not happen in a single moment, but through decades of collaboration, rivalry, and incremental insight. As the script yielded, the consequences were profound and, for some, deeply unsettling. The biblical world, which had existed in a kind of historical vacuum, was suddenly anchored in a documented landscape. The Hebrews were no longer isolated actors in a divine drama, but one people among many in a crowded ancient Near East. Their stories, laws, and poetry now had contemporary parallels and contrasts in the records of the very empires that shaped their destiny. The flood story in Genesis had a precursor in Gilgamesh. Babylonian law codes provided context for Mosaic law. The conquests of Assyrian and Babylonian kings, documented in their own annals, verified and detailed events mentioned in the books of Kings and Chronicles. This new context did not simply validate the Bible, it complicated it, historicized it, and placed it in conversation with its neighbors. The voice of Babylon, recovered from clay, forever changed how the West understood its own spiritual and historical origins. The legacy of this intellectual world is not merely in the content it preserved, but in the habits of mind it established. The Babylonians systematized observation. They believed the universe, from the movements of planets to the entrails of a sheep, operated on principles that could be recorded, analyzed, and predicted. They created a culture of the list, the catalogue, the series, organizing knowledge into manageable forms. Their legal thinking, as seen in Hammurabi's code, sought to create order through written public principle rather than arbitrary power. Their literary tradition, epitomized by Gilgamesh, explored the interior landscape of the human condition with a psychological depth we still recognize. When we look at the night sky with scientific curiosity, when we draft a contract, when the city of Babylon may have fallen to dust, but the Babylonian way of thinking, analytical, record-keeping, interpretative, became a foundational layer of human civilization. It was a mind that sought to impose wedge-shaped order on the soft clay of chaos, to make the world permanent, knowable, and speakable across the abyss of time. This recovery of their voice, however, also sealed their symbolic fate. As the real Babylon, with its scholars, its astronomers, its complex multilingual society, came into sharper historical focus in the 19th and 20th centuries, it competed with a far older and more powerful image. The Babylon of the European imagination, shaped by centuries of biblical interpretation, was not a place of learning and law. It was a metaphor. It was the archetype of arrogance, of corruption, of worldly power destined for a divine fall. The very act of deciphering cuneiform, of understanding the Babylonians as real people, created a strange duality. We now possess two Babylons, the historical city, painstakingly reconstructed from clay and text, and the mythological symbol woven from prophecy and fear. The journey of that symbol, how a city of scribes became the whore of Babylon, how the Ziggurat Etemenanki became the Tower of Babel in the European mind, is a story of its own. It is the story of how cities, long after their walls have crumbled, are reborn in the imagination, carrying meanings their original inhabitants could never have foreseen. A city does not die when its last inhabitant leaves. It dies when the last memory of it fades. But what if a city refuses to fade? What if, instead of vanishing into dust, it begins a second life, more vivid and more powerful than the first? This is the story of a city that escaped its own ruin. Long after its walls crumbled and its canals silted up, Babylon embarked on a journey across centuries and continents. It became a word, an idea, a warning, a dream. It was no longer a place of mud, brick and blue glazed tile. It became a mirror, reflecting back the deepest fears and darkest desires of every culture that encountered its name. This is the afterlife of a city. This is how a place on a map becomes a permanent resident of the human imagination. The transformation began not with poets or historians, but with exiles. For the Jewish elite deported to Babylon in 586 BCE, the city was not a wonder, it was the instrument of their national trauma. They walked its processional way, not as tourists, but as captives. They saw its ziggurat, not as an engineering marvel, but as a monument to a foreign god. From this visceral experience, a new Babylon was born in the writings of the prophets. Isaiah and Jeremiah crafted a devastating portrait. Babylon became the archetype of imperial arrogance, a city drunk on its own power and luxury. Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, became a cry of both despair and hope. It was a city destined for divine punishment, a symbol of spiritual corruption so potent it would echo for millennia. The real city, with its merchants and scribes, began to recede. In its place rose a mythic counterpart, proud, decadent, and doomed. This symbolic vocabulary was perfected centuries later, in a text composed under a different empire. The Book of Revelation, written near the end of the 1st century CE, unleashes the figure of the whore of Babylon. She is clad in purple and scarlet, adorned with gold and jewels, drunk on the blood of saints. For its original audience, this was almost certainly a coded, dangerous critique of Rome, the new empire that persecuted early Christians. But the author did not name Rome. He reached back for the oldest, most powerful symbol of corrupted power he knew, Babylon. The name itself had become a weapon. It was no longer just a city in Mesopotamia, it was a floating signifier, a container for everything religious tradition condemned about worldly wealth, idolatry, and oppression. The historical Nebuchadnezzar was irrelevant. Babylon was now an idea, a theological shorthand for the enemy of the righteous. While the whore of Babylon haunted theological texts, another Babylonian legend captured the visual imagination of medieval Europe. The Tower of Babel, that brief Genesis story, became an obsession. Artists painted it again and again, but they never imagined Mesopotamian ziggurats. They saw it through their own world. In countless illuminated manuscripts and altar paintings, Babel rises as a Gothic cathedral, a Romanesque fortress, a fantastical spiral of contemporary architecture. The most famous of these is Peter Bruegel, the Elder's 1563 masterpiece. He places the tower in a bustling Flemish port city. The structure itself is a colossal, doomed version of the Roman Colosseum, layers of arches rising into chaotic confusion. The workers are tiny, ant-like figures. Bruegel's genius was to make the biblical story feel immediate and familiar, a warning about human hubris set in his own landscape. In doing so, he completed the assimilation. Babylon's physical reality was utterly lost, replaced by a European moral fable built with European stones. The rediscovery of Mesopotamia in the 19th century should have brought Babylon back to earth. Archaeologists like Koldewey were unearthing its real foundations, yet this new flood of information created a fresh mythology. For Victorian Europe, Babylon became the ultimate symbol of exotic decadence and spectacular decline. It fed directly into the era's anxieties about its own empire, luxury, and moral decay. This Babylon was not the city of cuneiform receipts, it was a fever dream of Orientalist fantasy. It inspired grand operas like Verdi's Nabucco, with its thundering chorus of the Hebrew slaves. It filled colossal paintings of voluptuous feasts and doomed kings. It reached its popular zenith in early cinema, in Cecil B. DeMille's 1916 silent epic Intolerance, which featured Babylon sets of staggering scale and audacious invention. This Babylon was a thrilling, cautionary spectacle, a mirror in which the modern West saw its own power and feared its own potential fall. In the 20th century, the symbol was violently reclaimed and radically reinvented. Far from the museums and opera houses, in the streets of Kingston, Jamaica, Babylon took on a new, potent life. Rastafarian theology, born from the experience of African diaspora and colonial oppression, adopted the biblical Babylon as its central metaphor. Here, Babylon was not an ancient empire, but the present-day system. The police, the government, the oppressive structures of Western materialism and racial injustice. It was everything that sought to crush the spirit and exile the righteous. This meaning pulsed through the bass lines and lyrics of reggae music. When Bob Marley sang Babylon System, the word traveled globally, carrying its weight of resistance. Suddenly, Babylon was one of the oldest and most contemporary political metaphors on earth. It had jumped from the pages of prophecy to the protest song, its essence unchanged. It was still the name for the oppressive machine that must be overcome. The montage of Babylon in global culture is now endless. It is the dystopian cityscape of Fritz Lang's Metropolis, a critique of industrial alienation. It is the backdrop for fantastical novels and epic video games, a ready-made name for any grand, fallen civilization. It is invoked in political rhetoric, sometimes clumsily, to label modern nations or ideologies as irredeemably corrupt. This continuing power lies in the myth's profound flexibility. Babylon can mean imperial glory or divine punishment. It can symbolize human ambition reaching for the stars, or cultural decadence rotting from within. It can be a critique of ancient slavery or modern systemic oppression. This very malleability is the final testament to the historical city's true nature. The real Babylon was not one thing. It was a place of sublime law and brutal conquest, of advanced astronomy and complex theology, of bustling markets and imposed exile. It was, in essence, a paradox, the highest achievement of civilization, containing the seeds of everything civilization could become when it lost its moral bearing. The myth endures because it captures that paradox in a single, resonant name. So the city lived on, long after its heart stopped beating. It lived in the fears of prophets, the brushes of painters, the anxieties of empires, and the anthems of the oppressed. Each era built its own Babylon from the materials of its own preoccupations. We are still building it today. The journey from the mud brick banks of the Euphrates to this moment, where the word hangs in the air thick with meaning, is the journey of history itself. It is the story of how we use the past to understand the present. We have populated this ghost city with our own demons and angels. But now, after this long voyage through its legend, a fundamental question remains. What happens when we clear away the symbolic rubble? When we strip back the layers of myth, accusation, and fantasy, what do we actually find? What, in the cold light of archaeological dawn, was Babylon really? The name Babylon carries a weight few other words can bear. It is a sound that conjures entire worlds. A paradise of hanging gardens, a tower reaching for heaven, a city of sin and gold and divine punishment. For centuries, these images have floated free of the earth, untethered from geography, becoming pure symbol. But beneath the legend lies a foundation of baked brick and human labor. A real city stood here, on the east bank of the Euphrates, for nearly 2,000 years. Its story is not one of myth versus reality, but of how reality becomes myth. This is the journey we have taken. From the first settlements in the alluvial mud to the towering ziggurat, from Hammurabi's laws to Nebuchadnezzar's walls, we have traced the contours of a civilization built by human hands. Now, at the end, we must return to the beginning, not to the legend, but to the place. To understand what Babylon really was, and why, after all this time, it still matters. The real Babylon was neither paradise nor den of iniquity. It was a city of extraordinary human achievement, built by ordinary people across centuries. It was a place where the collective genius of Mesopotamia found its most potent expression. Here, writing evolved from simple accounting into literature and law. Scribes in quiet rooms filled with the smell of damp clay gave us the Epic of Gilgamesh, a meditation on mortality that still resonates. Here, mathematicians developed the base 6C system that gives us our minutes and hours, our degrees of a circle. Astronomers tracked the movements of planets with a precision that would not be matched for a millennium, their observations recorded on tablets that still hold their calculations. This was a society of urban planners who designed a city for 200,000 souls, of engineers who lifted water and fired millions of glazed bricks, of merchants who created a complex economy of silver and credit. The wonder is not that legends grew around it, but that the reality was so formidable. The monuments of Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon were genuine wonders. The Ishtar Gate was not a metaphor for grandeur, it was grandeur itself. A fortress of blue and gold, a heraldic statement in glazed brick that announced the city's divine patronage to all who approached. The Processional Way was not just a road, it was a sacred theatre, a kilometre-long stage for the ritual that bound the city to its god. The Isagila temple complex was the beating heart of a sophisticated theology, where the statue of Marduk was fed and clothed as if alive. Etemenanki, the great ziggurat, was an artificial mountain of mud brick, a stairway to heaven built because the flat Mesopotamian plain offered no natural high places. These structures inspired awe because they were awe-inspiring. Their scale, their colour, their sheer audacity left visitors breathless. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing a century later, described Babylon with a tone of stunned admiration. The legends did not replace something lesser. They were the natural offspring of something extraordinary. And yet, one legend stands apart, cloaked in genuine mystery: the Hanging Gardens. Their absence from the Babylonian record is a profound silence. We have Nebuchadnezzar's own meticulous accounts of his building projects, down to the number of bricks stamped with his name. But no cuneiform tablet from Babylon mentions a terraced garden of wonder. The engineering feat it would have required, lifting vast quantities of Euphrates water to a great height in the middle of a desert city, was not impossible. The Babylonians had the knowledge, but did they have the will? The compelling hypothesis from scholar Stephanie Dalley, that the gardens were actually in Assyrian Nineveh, built by Sennacherib, is not a solution to be accepted lightly. It is a challenge. It asks us to sit with uncertainty, to acknowledge that the historical record is full of holes, shaped by loss and by the biases of those who wrote later. The mystery of the Hanging Gardens is a gift. It reminds us that ancient history is not a solved puzzle, but a conversation with the past, conducted through fragments. This embrace of uncertainty applies equally to the most enduring myth of all, the Tower of Babel. Whatever its exact relationship to the Ziggurat Etemenanki, the story captures a profound truth about the Babylonian experience. This was a city of linguistic diversity, where Aramaic, Akkadian, and later Persian and Greek voices filled the markets. It was a city of monumental ambition, where kings sought to build their names into the very fabric of the world. It was a city founded on a belief that human effort, properly organized and devoted to the gods, could bridge the gap between earth and heaven. And the story, in its heartbreaking simplicity, also recognizes the inevitable gap between aspiration and achievement. The tower is never finished. The languages are confounded. It is a parable about the limits of human power, written by a people who had seen the limits of Babylonian power firsthand. It is not history, but it is deeply historical. It is how the conquered processed the overwhelming reality of their conqueror's city. The stones of Babylon have endured more than time. The 20th and 21st centuries have been uniquely brutal to this site. The systematic excavations of Robert Calderwood, while groundbreaking, removed vast sections of the city to museums abroad. Decades of neglect under different Iraqi regimes allowed erosion and looting to take their toll. Then came the wars. In the 1980s, Saddam Hussein built a modern palace atop the ancient ruins, a vainglorious gesture that damaged archaeological layers. Worse was to come. During the Iraq War, coalition forces established a military base directly on the site. Helicopter landing pads were built on fragile remains. Tanks and heavy vehicles compacted ancient streets. Trenches were dug through millennia-old deposits. The modern bricks of Hussein's reconstruction project now cover original brickwork, confusing the record for future generations. This damage is more than an archaeological tragedy. It is a rupture in the human story. It reminds us, brutally, that the monuments of the past are not eternal. They survive only through active, sustained commitment and a fragile peace. Today, the site is quiet again. Iraqi archaeologists and international teams work slowly, methodically, to repair and understand. Visitors walk the reconstructed processional way, their footsteps echoing where Nebuchadnezzar's statues once processed. The outline of the great ziggurat is a sunken square of water, reflecting the same vast sky it was built to reach. The Euphrates, slower now, still flows past the palm groves. This is the legacy. Not a single, simple lesson, but a layered inheritance. Babylon matters not because it is the origin of our civilization in a linear sense, but because it demonstrates the heights of what human beings can achieve when they organize their collective intelligence toward a shared purpose. It shows the birth of urban life, of law, of literature, of science, not as abstract concepts, but as daily practices etched in clay and baked brick. The myths Babylon generated have shaped our imagination in ways so deep we seldom notice. When we speak of a Tower of Babel, we are invoking its ambition and its failure. When we reference a Babylonian captivity, we are drawing on its history as a place of exile. When artists depict the whore of Babylon, they are tapping into a 2,000-year-old critique of imperial luxury and power. The word itself has become a shorthand for magnificent, corrupt, doomed grandeur, but it is also the name of a real place. A place where real people lived, loved, traded, prayed, and built. They built a city so powerful, so visually stunning, so intellectually advanced, that the world could not forget it. Even when its walls crumbled, the idea remained, stronger than brick. So what was Babylon really? It was the gate of the gods, a title its inhabitants chose with pride and purpose. It was the belief that their city was the pivot of the cosmos, the place where heaven met earth. For a time, in the eyes of the ancient world, it was the center. That center could not hold forever. Empires rise and fall, rivers change course, legends drift away from their foundations, but the imprint remains. In the law codes that still influence our sense of justice, in the stories we tell about ambition and its limits, in the very way we measure time and chart the stars. Babylon's greatest achievement may be this duality. It was both utterly specific, a city of blue bricks on a brown river, and utterly universal, a mirror for every human aspiration to build something that lasts. The city is gone, but the gate it opened in the human imagination has never closed. We end where we began, with the landscape, the land between the rivers, the silt that built empires, the water that gave life and sometimes took it away, the sun that baked the bricks and glazed them blue. The story of Babylon is, finally, a story about people and a place, about what they made together and what was made of their memory. It is a story that belongs not to a single nation, but to human history itself. A story written in clay, in stone, in scripture, and in song. A story that reminds us that behind every legend there is a truth. And sometimes, that truth is more remarkable than the legend ever dreamed.